Go.
And welcome back to another episode of Wild Beyond the Witchlight, the Carnival cards. So, last session, you guys got up to some crazy shenanigans in Downfall, where upon discussing your options with all the different titles and nobles, the mayors, the earls, the dukes, you finally come to the conclusion that perhaps maybe no one should rule Downfall. Perhaps it's best left to sort of a council, sort of a democracy, and so you plan on trying to get Murtops in charge, and he would oversee the introduction of a new council. But there were lots of things in the way of that. King Gullop and his feast he had prepared were to announce the joint partnership, the joint leadership with both his son and daughter, but people weren't buying that. Some people saw that as a sort of an idea that maybe he could offset some of the target on his back to his offspring instead. But the feast didn't go how he expected. Probably not how anyone expected. The poison definitely went without a hitch, though. He began sputtering and coughing up, and even his giant toad partook in his food as well. He immediately slung accusatory accusations to Ikrind, who he believes is the one responsible, and you furthered this by pulling out the book, the book of bad blood, and accusing him of it as well, basically putting all the blame on him. Ikrind saw this as an absolute betrayal. Then there was the other poisoned cookies that another bullywug, the Duchess, was trying to bring. There was absolute chaos unfolding and almost a sort of Mexican standoff before a giant balloon crashed through the ceiling of the sinking palace and basically almost exploded, but instead just sort of knocked out the roof. Everyone got rubble and baskets landing on them. You kind of crawled your way out of the wreckage to safety and used this opportunity perhaps to slip away whilst this chaos ensued. And as you worked your way around to the boats, you found yourselves accosted by Ikrind and his men and a bunch of other bullywugs. They tried to attack you as you're getting into the boats, and it was when I think you knocked him into the water, or he tried to dive into the water to escape some sort of moonbeam, when a giant fin began swimming towards him in the water, and Snappy made his return, this weird taxidermy stitched together monstrosity, and it chased him through the water as you guys rowed to shore. And I believe, yeah, Morgott is with you, the Eight of Clubs. She's the only one who's stayed loyal and hasn't shied away from confronting Bavlorna, so she's with you all the way, it seems. And when you got to this, what was it called? The actual, this kind of like wooden walkway, it wrapped up and into a trapdoor, which you unhinged and entered into Bavlorna's cottage. There's dirty plates strewn everywhere. The place stinks of mildew and mold. Everything feels cluttered and unkempt. You found a taxidermy workshop where there was this weird skeletal creature that's half assembled, bits of skin stretched over the head. In one of the drawers, you found an eyeball made of wood. It seems to be giving off some sort of divination magic. And you got the creeping sensation that something was watching you through it. I think you've kept a hold of that, Rodolfo. You unlocked a strange cupboard with an hourglass locking mechanism that you turned upside down, and inside were all kinds of trinkets and knickknacks. I think you filled your bags up with almost all of them, even the cracked teacup. There was another cupboard with skeins of wool and balls of yarn and all sorts. And there was a strange marionette. Oh, not a marionette. Sorry, it was like almost like a voodoo doll type thing, right? And there were two of them. One of them was sat on a rocking horse, and another one kind of had this like black gown on them. But yeah, you have no idea what they're all about. And then, oh yeah, Tarquin, you found yourself lured by this weird hat. There's a pointy, like wizard hat or witch's hat on top of this mannequin, and you couldn't help yourself as you tried to grab a hold of it. Actually, it was the cape, wasn't it? That's right. The cape came alive, and it was actually a dark mantle, which is a creature from the Underdark, wrapped its head around you and then stole your hat. It made off with it up the stairs, and you gave chase. Lastly, in this room, there seems to be a strange mirror giving off a conjuration magic. But after sort of spouting a few command words, didn't seem as though it was working, or maybe it was the wrong word. You're not too sure. In any case, you tried to chase after Tarquin up to the second floor, where you found a hallway of paintings with different expressions. You found a mirror that you were like adamant that this thing was some sort of trap, Tarquin, and you dive over it. Meanwhile, Xaxx just walks straight up to it and starts pulling faces. Couldn't figure out how to open this secret passageway, but they definitely felt a hollow space on the other side. So in the end, you smashed it open, found this strange corridor that as you walked further down it, you began to shrink down to the size of like a dormouse. And on the one corner, there was a little hole that led into a potion cabinet. You started trying sampling a few of these, and Nox attracted the attention of a stitched taxidermy cat that has dust seemingly sneezing from it. This cat seemed a little bit vicious at first, but Nox actually befriended it, even to the point where she's riding it around the room now, just having a whale of a time. Meanwhile, Tarquin, you did find your cape in the end. It was pretending to be a cover over a bird cage. Didn't get to explore this room much, but there are weird cages filled with, again, more taxidermied birds, like top half of a crow, bottom half of like a sparrow. It's a little bit odd. And finally, the room that you came into, you could hear this loud, raucous sound, shouting coming from the room next door. And as the doors swung open, I think everyone can hear it now. There's this absolute outrage from this female voice from within. And Tarquin, as he laid eyes on her, she had this reddish kind of complexion to her. Her hair is like pointed up into a cap. She's wearing these big, heavy iron boots and wielding a bloody butcher's cleaver in one hand. She swings it wildly to and fro, shouting after these vultures. And as you entered the room, she turned and was like, "Ah, I hate guests, but I hate vultures even more. Help me get rid of them. They're trying to, they're ruining dinner." And there's this scrap of meat that's being fought over by these two vultures right now, and a third one sort of flapping its wings in the air. But that's where we left off. So I'm going to have everyone roll combat, and let's go into initiative. And let's get some music. All right.
You want me to roll for Nox?
Yes, if you could, please. Makes the most sense, doesn't it? Though, in their little shrunken state, they might not be too eager to get right into the thick of combat. Okay, so at the top of the round, Tarquin, you're actually up first. You've already been on the lookout for dangers. Oh wait, Tanwen, you need to roll as well, actually. If you could.
Is Xaxx on the list twice? Got
yes.
19 and 6. Yeah.
Is it possible that somehow he's counting as two characters and that's why he's rolling twice?
He's got two different icons.
I don't know.
I'm not sure. What
I definitely only clicked once.
19, right? Yeah. Okay.
19 was the first roll, yeah.
Yeah, we'll take that one and ignore this. And Tanwen, did you roll?
Yeah, I did 3 times.
Okay, I think I know.
I'm showing an 8.
Oh, I know what's going on. We're on the wrong map. That's why. You guys are on a different map. Apologies. There you go. Okay, what was the first roll you rolled, Tanwen?
I've been rolling consistent 8s.
Okay, so you're definitely 8 then.
Yeah, I
Okay.
was like, that's odd.
Oh, but it didn't add your dex. Let's have a look. +3, so you should be on 11. All right, that doesn't change anything. But Tarquin, you are still definitely first. And these vultures are 10 feet in the air. They sort of flap their wings up into the rafters, trying to get away and out of reach from this swinging butcher cleaver.
Okay. I'm trying to remember standing jump logic. It's you
Your
can
strength
jump a number
score.
of feet equal to your strength, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
cool. Your modifier, right? Or-
Yeah. Oh, it's a
You-
strength modifier,
Yeah, it's not.
which means I can jump -1 feet.
Might be minimum of 1.
Yeah.
In any case, haven't you got a hop?
I do, but that's my bonus action, and I only do that twice. Oh well. These guys have given me no option.
There's always ranged attacks if you have any.
I have darts for a reason.
There they are. Yeah, these vultures aren't like particularly dangerous, it seems. And that first dart strikes straight into probably into the neck of this creature, and it thumps against the wall before going into a nosedive and landing in a bloody patch on the
I
floorboards.
haven't set up an offhand thrown dart, but I technically can. So I'll just treat it as my offhand thrown dagger because it's the same damage.
Okay. Oh yeah, that one clips its wing as well, but it remains in the air.
And that is my turn.
Okay, Xaxx, you're up.
Is this a table in the middle here?
That's right. There's this big table of minced meat, bloody stains, chopped up legs of probably some animal.
Okay. I'm gonna try something and let me know what I need to do for it. I'm gonna try to climb up onto the table and then jump so that I'm at the same height as both of these two that are still alive,
Okay.
if that's possible.
Yeah, you can do
Because I
that.
imagine the table's a little bit up, and then they're a couple feet above that. So if I don't know if I can jump that high, but yeah,
Let's have a look.
I'll like jump over here so that they are in a line.
Okay. High jump is high jump. When making a high jump, you jump a number of feet equal to your 3 plus your strength mod, so you can go 3 feet into the air, which isn't quite enough to get in melee with them, but you are up on a table, so I'll say you could potentially get in range of one of them.
Well, I don't want to get in melee range necessarily. I'm just trying to get
So-
them both within 15 feet of me.
Oh, I see. I see what you're trying to do. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, then. Yeah, you could
Okay.
easily hit both
So I'm gonna-
if you're using a certain breath weapon.
Try to do that, and then I'm the breath weapon. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
On I guess I don't know how do I target both of them.
So you should be able to rotate the template using Shift scroll or Control scroll. Does it have does it have a template for you to place?
Cone template. Yes. Okay.
And then when it's over both, you should be able to click it.
Okay.
We'll see. If it doesn't hit the other one, I'll just roll it. It's saved it separate.
Ugh.
Oh no!
One.
Really? That's that's such a shame. Is it more than one? Is it two?
It's 1d10 until I hit
Okay.
5th level.
Oh man. Rough. Okay, I'll roll these guys. Is it con or dex save?
It's dex save, I think.
Okay, alright. Well, they fail that one, and hey, they were both fail at the very least.
Hey, they both take 1 point of damage.
They take that. Blasted back. They start squawking wildly in the air, dropping whatever scraps of meat that they had in their mouths.
And then that's sort of. I've already used that. Okay, yeah, that's all I can do. Yeah,
Okay.
I will. I'll prepare for attacks
Yeah.
coming in.
You come landing back on the table, probably in a squelching pile of meat, and this vulture sees you down there. You know, might as well goes down for a peck. 17 misses.
Misses.
Mm-hmm. That's a shame. And then it immediately uses its flyby and gets back up into the air. This
Do I get attack of opportunity or no because of the flyby?
Yeah, flyby will just sort of it swoops in and swoops out quick enough to avoid. Meanwhile, you just hear this raging from this almost goblinoid-looking creature. She's just like, you can see a vein like pumping on her forehead, just filled with rage. Ah! Kill them all! And she just
I'm
swings
trying.
in. Okay, that's really her go. The other vulture, comes in and uses its pack tactics to sort of try and surround you a little bit. Goes for another. Oh yeah, should be advantage. Okay, there we go. All right, sort of flapping around, swirling around your head. One of them finds an opening from the other one's sort of distraction, and does manage to crit you for only 4 points of piercing damage. But trying to like gouge your eye out probably. Tanwen, you can hear this commotion from the next room over.
Then is it my turn?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, it sure is. Okay. I'd like to go into the room where I'm hearing all of this commotion.
You can get 30 feet to there. I'm not
Okay.
sure. You can't see anything from where you're standing, so you might have to dash or.
Yeah, let me go ahead and dash into the room.
Okay. It's about here,
Okay.
15 foot in, when you see what's unfolding right here.
Okay. And that's my entire action, correct?
You still got
Or-
15 foot of movement and a bonus action.
Okay, then I guess I'm gonna move over to where Tarquin is.
Okay.
And I guess I'm gonna ready myself for pull out my longbow and arrows and wait for my next turn.
All right. I'm going to have just Nox sort of ride their mount into the room to see what's also going on. But that's going to be their dash. So we'll do that. And Rodolfo, it's your go.
Yeah, I'm gonna do. Let's see. With my movement, I still can't get into the room, but I will move the full
Yeah, you can
30
get to
feet to get
there.
just by the door.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna shout out. Are we? Who is this person? What are we? Who are you? And can I get a line on any of the vultures to get a blast off, or is it I'm still around the corner?
Sadly, yeah. There's a kind of a turn in the room.
Yeah.
So the vultures are out of sight.
Okay, so I will use my action to dash that extra 10 feet so that I'm just in the room. But and then yeah, I'll kind of crouch so that like my head is through the doorway and then my body is not. I'm just like, are we fighting? What is this? Who's this person? And that's my turn.
Okay. All right. Then we'll go back to Morgott, who's also, of course, chasing after you guys. But she's sort of like limping a little bit, still quite bloodied from the previous battle. And so she kind of has to steady herself and dashes up to maybe near Tarquin. That'll be her go. Tarquin, back to you.
Okay, so Tarquin is just sort of like, this person asked for help, so I'm helping them because it's better than that, and honestly, I am fed up with flappy things today. Which one of these did I hit on my last turn?
This one?
Or which one looks the most damaged, or least damaged, should I
This-
say?
This one looks more damaged.
Okay, so I'm gonna throw my initial dart at the least damaged one because I should, in theory, be able to one-shot this if my...
Ooh. Actually miss, I'm afraid. That dart, it
Fine.
flies up into the room. But
Have an
probably
offhand.
gets... Probably, like, impacts a, a meat hook. But then, as it swings away and out of the sight, you throw a second dart. And it's... Or dagger, in this case. And yeah, straight through the heart of this creature. Probably pinning it to the wall.
Yep.
Okay, nice. And then we're back to you, Xaxx. This vulture looks like it's probably backing up and flapping its wings away from you.
I'm gonna go back to the tried and true and get out my little moonstone and just tap it and say ding dong, and I need him to make a wisdom saving throw.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I rolled a 18. Oh, no, I didn't. Well, it rolled it automatically. So that's a fail on its part. It was definitely about to go for the window or the balcony over here. But as it's flying and flapping away, you see its feathers falling apart. And it finally kind of collides with the window and it drops down looking like a plucked turkey. And that would be combat over. Told you that wouldn't be a long one. They simply are just vultures. And they're all dead, laying around this gore-splattered kitchen. This stout figure, with this stained apron and iron boots, they turn around with the bloody meat cleaver, almost looking for something else to sort of strike at. But you, having helped them, turn around and just... All right. Any more of them? None hiding under this table, are there? No. Good.
No, but there's 3 guys down the hallway here.
Well, ignore them. Don't worry about them. They're just Bavlorna's lawnlings. They do seem to be backing up as you approach them, Xaxx. And they seem to keep their distance from you. They then turn to you, Rodolfo, and they introduce themselves. You can call me Bloody Toes. I work here in the kitchens.
He bows by instinct and then realizes what he's done. I mean, nice to so do you work for the witch? Yes.
Yes.
You loyal to the witch?
I hate the witch.
Can I insight check?
Yeah, you can.
Uh,
And I hate nosy intruders as well. And I hate vultures. And I hate this rancid meat. They seem to hate everything. Like, they rage at the kitchen. They rage at you guys. But mostly, she just rages.
Well, pardon, I'm sorry if we have ruined your afternoon. We are just here for our own purposes. You can leave us alone if you like. We will not harm you if you do not harm us.
She seems to try and collect herself and calm down.
You may go
I'm
back to your
fine.
cooking. We will not hurt.
I just got worked up, is all. Those damn vultures. Well, at least that's some new meat for the meat locker, I guess. And she slams one of the vultures onto the table and just immediately beheads it with the cleaver. This one's already plucked. Hey, good job.
So all these creations, these are your work?
What?
Or
No. I just cooked the meat. I don't make that weird stuff like Bavlorna. And get that cat away before it sneezes over the dinner. And Nox sort of backs up with gloom. Ugh.
And Tarquin's just gonna. Let me just remove my darts from these. Don't want to accidentally cook those up.
Oh, I was going to use them as skewers, but sure, go ahead, I guess.
Yep, just take his darts back. Do I need to roll anything, or can I just get those?
You can roll a survival check. It shouldn't be that hard. Yeah, you get them back. You find where they're where they impacted and pluck them out. Your dagger as well. You can retrieve that, of course.
Yeah.
is this like a kitchen type area that we're in?
Right, exactly.
Okay.
In fact, it's a good opportunity. On the far left, I've actually included a new isometric kind of view of what you're seeing. That's the first level over here.
Okay, yeah.
And the second level, I might as well show you the whole level. You've seen most of it anyway, but this is the kind of room you're standing in right now. You can see the bloodied table coated with meat. There's
Yeah.
meat hooks and kitchen equipment everywhere. And there is a door in here that sort of opens up into a balcony where you can hear this kind of rattling.
Okay, interesting.
And yeah, go ahead.
Oh, just how many people do you cook for here? How many people live in this hut? May I ask?
Liv,
Is that
well, Bavlorna's cottage, she doesn't trust many people. She's practically paranoid, in fact, about having servants and underlings, which is why she makes them, and she points a bloody cleaver in the direction of the lawnlings. They're like miniature versions of her. That way, I guess, if you can't trust anyone but yourself, and you make little versions of yourself, I guess that's the only way you can live. But
so they're like minions, like devout minions.
yeah,
Ah.
and what about you? She trusts you?
sure, I guess she trusts that I'm just gonna cook up some meat. But why do you speak of trust and such? What are you
Uh,
planning?
Oh, us? Not nothing. I know nothing. I am. You say that she does not trust anybody, and here you are. So, well, I perhaps it is just making conversation.
She
You
should
do
be
not
right
seem to
to not trust
enjoy
me
your job. Oh, why
because
is
I hate
that?
her guts. That's
Oh,
why. She slams the butcher's cleaver onto the table once again. I
and
mean, look at the conditions she's got me working in. The dirty cutlery, mismatched plates. These pots don't even balance correctly on the stove.
and does she, are you here because you have to be? You have
Um,
perhaps made a deal. I understand that it's how she works.
she thinks for a moment and says, "No, I'm not stupid enough to make some sort of bargain with her. I'm actually just looking for. I just literally have just a bit of work, but most other people here, if they come for something they've missed or something they want, I don't know. People come to Bavlorna for all sorts of reasons. Me, I just wanted to let all my rage out. That was why. And everyone needs a cook. She's too lazy to cook herself.
Have you ever heard of rage root?
It's either that or I'm chopping up bullywug, so makes more sense to be letting my anger out on some slabs of meat.
I guess, or you could go, you could set up like some training dummies or something and just smash those to pieces, or some bricks with a hammer or something.
No, it's gotta have blood.
Ah.
You can start to figure out maybe what this creature is. It definitely doesn't seem like a goblin with just the sheer rage and the weird kind of look to her. Doesn't quite look fully goblin.
Have you tried some calming yoga meditation? Yes, this is very good. Mental
Yoga?
health, you know.
What's yoga? He's like really confused.
Well, you do stretches and it orients your chakras and everything is magically better.
I don't know about any of those things, but
as I understand it.
if it's calming, maybe. Show me.
Rodolfo starts moving his arms around. He doesn't know anything. I think you do this, and I'm not sure how it helps with the anger, but this is what people tell me is good. He's doing like ballet moves and.
Okay. Try to give me a performance check. Let's see how well Rodolfo.
How good is he?
Okay, yeah, 14. So you got the basics down clearly.
Try it. Exercise is good for getting out your energy and perhaps if you are tired, you're not so angry.
She tries to do the maneuvers herself and like emulates what you're doing, and I'll give her a performance check as well. I guess we should really add Dex to this now because she's actually trying to stretch. Oh my lord, she gets a natural 20. There's this click, and her face goes wide, like that got it. Oh my god, that got it. Oh, that's so much better. She like clicks her neck back and forth. Oh, there it is. I hit the spot. And she starts stretching her arm back and doing like this. She like pushes out her shoulders, her shoulder blades and collarbone, and puts her arms behind her back, and she like almost dislocates her shoulder, but you hear that click again. And she lets out that big sigh of relief. Whew. Okay, that actually kind of worked.
Rodolfo, I'm sorry to have laughed. You were absolutely right.
Well, I apparently you can be innately gifted in this art. I'm afraid, but I am surprised. This is wonderful. Perhaps a good stretch. Yes.
She slumps down onto the table. Perhaps it's still stained in blood, but she doesn't seem to care that much. And she says, "Like, you've opened my eyes. Truly, this magical what's this school of magic called yoga? I'm gonna have to sign up."
It is from the Eastern realms. I'm afraid I don't know exactly, but yes. Continue to the east, you will see.
Thoughts of her becoming some sort of instructor swirl in her head and taking it up as a new profession instead of chopping up meat. All right. I guess I owe you something. Role of reciprocity and all that. She looks around the table. But I really don't have anything of worth in here. Just bits of old meat and cutlery.
Do you have
Not
any information that could be of use? After
Yeah.
all, we gave you information. Rodolfo gave you information, so.
Sure. What do you want to know?
what does Bavlorna typically eat at her meals?
Well, anything and everything, really. She's a big mouth to fill, and she swallows sometimes things whole. I've seen adventurers be completely devoured in one bite. But if she's chewing things from day to day, it's usually bits of meat, swarming flies. She's not a fussy eater, but she is a slobby one, as she points to all the broken plates in the corner. And she just leaves it. She just leaves it out. Look at it.
Where does Bavlorna normally keep the thing she has taken through barges?
Not around here. She kind of gestures to this kitchen. I know she keeps most of her treasured stuff is bound to be locked up. And I've not seen anything on this floor that kind of resembles a, treasure chest or something of that description. I work in this floor and in the meat locker, and she gestures to the left to where you're standing, Tanwen, and in the pantry. I've not seen any kind of treasures of sorts. She points down the corridor where Xaxx is looking and says, and she's got a distillery. She's trying out a new thing with, I don't know, hooch, I think she's calling it. But other than that, if she's got anything valuable, it's likely in her bedroom, right? Under lock and key.
Yeah, where is her bedroom?
Up on the next floor.
Well,
Do you know when she is coming back? Or where she has gone?
Well, she said she heard a commotion outside, so she went and floated off on a bobbing lily pad. But I think she's probably going to be back any second. She wasn't like running an errand. She just sort of wanted to see what was going on.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
So we should be careful.
And she goes to the window, or sorry, the balcony here. Well, actually, there is a window. So she pokes her head out of that and looks about. She can't actually see her from this angle. And then she kind of walks over here and opens up the doors and looks out of this balcony. And she actually is going to roll a perception check because there is a bit of fog and mist that sort of surrounds this place, and it's making it quite difficult to see. I can't see past this blasted mist that's always around. It surrounds like, she's so paranoid. She doesn't want people spying on her. There is a voice as she opens up this balcony door, though, and you can hear a male voice sort of say, hello? And she just completely ignores it. She just closes the door on it. But it was very audible.
There's somebody out there, I think. Miss Bloody Toes.
Oh, yeah.
Does he want to come in?
No, he can't. He's not allowed.
Why can't he come in? Why is he not allowed in?
Got on Bavlorna's bad side, and she's deciding what to do with him. Whether he ends up as, I don't know, a useful person to do chores, or perhaps someone to run an errand, or maybe he's going to be dinner. I'm really not sure. It's up to Bavlorna, really. That's actually where that is actually where we keep, the meat. So, livestock.
Mind if I have a look, see what's out there?
Yeah, she shrugs. Help yourself.
Hello?
Hello there.
Ah,
You see, poking his head between the bars of a cage that is dangling from some sort of crane over the side of the balcony. You see a completely naked satyr, and he seems to have a smile on his face despite his disposition, locked up and stripped of all belongings. He says, "Ah, yeah, greetings. My name is Vanzel. You are visiting the Bavlorna's cottage?"
yep, definitely visiting. Well, it's of course one of the great sights of hither, just gotta check it out whilst you're here, right?
Ah, well, I can be your tour guide. Welcome to the Iron Cages. This is where I think she keeps prisoners. I think that's what I am. Yes.
Did she happen to keep a fairy dragon here at one point?
Ah, yes, there was one.
Yeah, I saw some guy looking for one, so thought,
Yes, she was quite the conversationalist.
How did you end up here?
Oh, sort of a embarrassing tale. I was bathing in the nearby lake when a couple of herringon brigands stole my clothes, and I chased after them and ended up getting trapped in a net. And they promptly brought me to Bavlorna. It's a bit of a pickle, but I mean, I'm sure it'll work out. I'll have quite the story to tell, I'm sure.
I'm sure. Well,
Would you like help out of the iron cages?
That would be delightful. Yes, please, if you could.
does the
Tarquin, you're
lock on the
closest.
does the lock on the cage look similar to the lock that was on Talabor's?
No, actually, this one looks sort of mundane, and you can actually see it's actually a padlock rather than a lock on the cage. Yeah.
Well, I could always try unlocking it.
Oh, yeah, be my guest.
Tarquin will pull out his usual thieves' tools, which is basically a dagger and a dart. Is the closest he's got because he doesn't actually have thieves' tools.
Right.
So can I just
Did
make
I
a
not-
sleight of hand check?
Did I not give you my
Oh,
thieves' tools
yes,
last
you
time?
gave me your thieves' tools, but I'm not proficient in them, am I? Did you give me
I
your
mean, you
thieves'
can-
tools?
You can still try. You just don't have the proficiency bonus, I think.
Yeah,
There's
that's
nothing
correct.
to prevent you from trying.
I apparently forgot to put those onto my sheet, so I'm going to put them onto my sheet now.
Yeah, we just don't get the +2 bonus from proficiency.
Yeah.
But you can still try.
I can't spell thieves' tools, so...
You can see that the cage probably big enough to hold like at least 2 medium creatures, and the beams that are hoisted over the balcony, some use like a crank that attaches
I'll-
to like the railing in the
I'll
cage.
say that Nox probably gives me her leaves to help.
Oh yeah, sure. She can hop over and crunchy leaves. Uh-oh. Is it
Might
gonna
need
help?
them. 10.
The 10, I'm afraid you fiddle around with the padlock for a while before Vanzel says, "Oh, well, if this is too much trouble, it's all right.
Well,
Don't worry about it."
If I happen to find the key whilst I'm looking about, then I'll make my way back, running out of the time.
Rodolfo, can you try? If those were your key, thieves' tools, do you have
Yes,
proficiency?
I do not. But I can try. Yes. I mean, let's see. How do I?
So
I'm quite good at picking locks, but I'm a little bit rusty.
are you proficient,
Yeah.
Rodolfo?
I'm not
Yeah.
proficient.
Okay, no. So you can just roll sleight of hand instead.
Never sure what to roll for that.
Same difficulty. It seems different lock. The rust. It's been out here in the rain as well. The lock is exceptionally rusty, and the tumblers don't even click. They just sort of are stuck.
As I said,
I
we'll
have-
be back later.
Wait, I have oil. I'm almost sure. If you want to try to put oil on it, or I can try to put oil on it.
Well,
And
I'm thinking he's not going anywhere anytime soon. Maybe as we're continuing our tour, we'll find the key.
There must be a key somewhere, and it's probably in here or on the witch. That would only make sense.
I agree. I just think we should pour some oil on the lock since it's so rusty and let the oil start working its way through.
I mean, if you want to, it's your choice. Mind if I have a look in these rooms, bloody toes, just to see what's about?
She's going to go her back to you and probably doing some more of this stretching.
Okay, in which case he'll just open the door and have a look.
Okay, so Tanwen, you pour some oil on the locks. We'll say that happens, no problem. And just as you finished applying the oil is when everyone in the room hears this incredibly loud droning noise. And a swarm of wasps, I should say, suddenly exit out of the door that you just opened. And you can feel the door itself is actually quite heavy. And as you pull it, you realize what you've done is you've opened up that staircase before where the wasp's nest was attached to the door. As you basically pull it open, you're kind of ripping open the actual hive itself, and all of these wasps swarm out of it. And they immediately start harrying you, Tarquin. I'm going to need a little bit of initiative here because these look quite menacing. I'm going to get you on turn order real quick. Let's go with that. There you go. Okay, you can all roll initiative again. Go with this. Okay. I'll put bloody toads on anyway, just for the heck of it. Okay, so Nux is the first to react. And they can just hear this droning. But they're very tiny at this point. So they're like, watch out! But I don't know what she has in terms of her spells. Let's see. What's she prepared?
Could go for Produce Flame.
Charm Person. That won't work. Yeah, you could go ahead and use some lesser cantrips if you want. Can't actually quite see from where she is what's attacking you, but
she shall beckon her mighty steed to potentially hearish, maybe? Should have a view from there.
Yeah, she can, yeah.
Then I guess we shall go for Produce Flame.
These wasps see this flame coming and immediately disperse out of the way as it flies past, impacts the wall, and doesn't even catch the wood alight. It is too kind of moist and mossy. Well, it's mossy, but it's like it's too humid, and this wood is like thick with rainwater probably. So yeah, the fire doesn't light anything in here. Tanwen, you see this swarm of wasps as you come out of the balcony is flying straight towards Tarquin, and you also feel all the dragonflies behind you in the hood sort of swarm out behind as well, and they sort of circle around you and look back and forth from the swarm to your face, and it's hard to tell what they mean, but well, these wasps are pretty damn big. I'll say that they're massive wasps. Can you give me an insight check, actually, Tanwen?
Okay.
Because only you really understand the swarm. Yeah, 21. That's pretty damn strong. The dragonflies don't look hungry. In fact, they look a little bit almost like they're experiencing secondhand embarrassment for Tarquin.
We'll get them. We'll get them. It's okay. Just give me a minute. I have a plan. As soon as soon as I can, I've got a plan we're going to execute.
Okay. Also, in addition to that, you don't just read the body language of the dragonflies around you that's sort of circling around. You also read the body language of the wasps, which are very clearly just annoyed that Tarquin has basically sort of ruined their wasp nest. And they're not immediately striking out at Tarquin and stinging him, but they're sort of pushing him away. They don't have the option to like close the door, but you can tell they're just annoyed more than anything. But anyway, what do you want to do?
How far out are they from how far out are they from Tarquin? You said that they produce flame, they scattered. Are they still right by the door, or
Yeah,
are they
they are where they are on the map.
Okay, then I would like to use my swarm to push them back 5 feet back into the room.
Okay. So normally you have to do this when you hit a target, but if you just want to do it I'll say if you want to do it just as is, I'll allow it. But I'll give them a strength saving throw to see if they can.
Okay, and I'm gonna move forward, and I would like to try to. I'm gonna cast Mage Hand. I'd like to try to say, "Dragonflies, can you push them back in the room?" And then I'll shut the door right behind them. Nobody has to die.
Okay, the wasps do indeed fail the save. So your dragonflies meet head on with the swarm, 1-for-1 almost, and push the wasps back, sort of grabbing onto them effectively and just sort of like dragging them back. And as they do, the wasps are dragged down the stairs.
Okay, and then
So
I'm gonna say, "Come back, come back, come back, come back, come back!" And
Okay.
as soon as my dragonflies are back out the door, I'd like to use Mage Hand to shut it.
Yeah, you can do. The door is easy enough to close, even just as a item interaction.
Okay.
You close the door shut as these wasps just get pulled back.
As
Um,
the door is pushed shut, Tarquin just goes, "Sorry, didn't mean to disturb you." Bzz, bzz.
Okay.
Meanwhile, I'm telling my dragonfly, y'all are so amazing. Y'all are brave and smart and everything somebody could love about a dragonfly. Thank you, thank you, thank you for getting the wasps
Also,
out of the room.
Tanwen, and your dragonflies, good job. Also,
Thank you,
when did you
Tarquin.
get dragonflies?
That was very impressive. Yeah.
They have been
Yeah.
they've been following me for a while. They've been riding the back of my hood. I thought that they just needed into Bavlorna's hut for their own reason, but they are amazingly helpful. I am so happy to have them with me, especially right now. So, dragonflies, if y'all want to ride my hood somewhere, that's fine. I am so proud of you. Good job.
Alright, I'm gonna
They
go,
sort of
look at
they
this
sort of
door
spin
instead.
around your head, land on your shoulders, and almost take a bow. It seems. Also, a few of the dragonflies, I'm going to say, not all of them are present. As you look around, you see there's perhaps just a few missing, which maybe got caught up in the swarm of wasps when you closed the door.
Oh
So
no.
it's
Oh
up to you what
no.
you want to do.
I think some of them are missing. Oh,
Hmm.
shoot, 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 shoot. I don't want to open that door again, but I don't want to leave my dragonflies to die.
Wasn't there another way out of that way, Xaxx, that you found?
Yeah, there's a door on the bottom end, but I mean, we could just kill the wasps.
Nah, it seems a bit
Um,
mean. Uh, Tanwin, if we head down the stairs quickly, not these stairs, the other stairs, we can open the door down there and call for you, just enough for your dragonflies to get
okay.
out.
Okay, where was the door at?
It,
I'll start.
this way.
It's on the bottom. It's on the bottom, yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
All right.
yeah.
Oh, this
Well,
way.
You start following after. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm running after Tarquin.
Okay.
All right.
whilst that's
Oops.
happening and you're going after them,
Oh, the
Xaxx,
door's already open.
Oh, it is it? Okay.
Dragonflies, uh,
We'll come back to that in just a second. So
okay.
you guys take a hot minute to run down the stairs and back the way you came. Let's jump to Xaxx real quick because you've been staring down this corridor at these Lawnlings for a while now, and they stare back
Yeah,
at
I
you
was
with
gonna,
bulbous eyes.
Rodolfo, since they're gone, maybe we should confirm what do we want to do with these three? Because they don't seem to be particularly dangerous on the outset, but also like I don't want them getting loose and telling Bavlorna that we're here or anything like that.
Mm, agree. I mean,
As you say that, Xaxx,
Hey,
one of them
hey,
opens the
hey,
door.
hey, hey! Come back! Come back!
They immediately sprint off, zooming really, really fast.
oh
They
dear.
they
Okay,
move at
okay.
such a speed that they neither provoke attacks of opportunity, nor do you even keep track of them with your eyes. They go into this green blur that just speeds off, like almost at the speed of sound, it seems. But they have immediately sped off and closed the door behind them of this next room, which I will
Well,
describe for you.
okay.
Okay, that might be
Yeah.
bad. Hmm.
Yeah, I think maybe we shouldn't have said something there. I should have done that telepathically instead of verbally. Um, but hey, we found a new room,
Apparently, they can
and this,
understand common.
Mhm.
yeah,
They did
but this
previously
one,
shout at you, and they called you trespassers and vandals and thieves. They
yeah.
called you.
Speaking
So
of thieving, aren't you you're a wine person? This is it looks like a brewery, a distillery. So this room might be up your alley.
indeed, there is a contraption made of entangled copper tubes connected to a pot-bellied boiler, and there is a dozen cylindrical containers, which in turn spout even more tubes, and they feed into buckets. There are barrels clustered around the southeast of this room. You can just see them in the corner there.
Hmm.
And there's a work table on the far end, and there's bits of copper and metal working tools strewn across it. And there's a light filtering in through the green diamond shaped panels of glass set into the window. And you're not alone in here. Perhaps just past all these tubes and buckets, you can see figures on the other side.
Is that a
Are
figure
they?
that I recognize?
It
Ooh,
might well be
it
if
is.
you have a cleaner line of
Uh,
sight. You do indeed
uh,
spot a
hello.
And she turns around and hearing that voice, she kind of goes, "What? Huh? Hello? Hello? Hello?
Rodolfo, maybe you should block that door. I'm gonna block this door.
Oh, I think I've had too much hooch. This stuff is getting to my head.
How did you
I
get
can hear
here? What?
voices.
Why are you drinking an unknown substance? You don't know
There are
what kind of health and safety practices this witch is using. I don't think she's very diligent about cleaning the equipment.
two
Not
voices."
diligent about cleaning anything. Can
You
you
see her.
see?
Huh? Oh! She hops around past the distillery and past the metal pipes and spots you. And she has to get past another figure that you hear kind of stumble around, and you hear this sort of neighing sound, like "Nurr." It's like a horse, but it's not. It's not like quite as natural as you'd expect. It's bizarre. Oh, sorry. And April comes out into the open. You remember her from the carnival. She's the one that sped off, stole the stopwatch, swallowed it, and then you managed to steal it back. And she thought she was just having a fun game of tag the whole time. But she looks around. So, hi! It's you guys! Oh, it's been a long
Hello.
time.
It has been a while. I guess it would be unfair to say we didn't expect you to be here, but uh, yeah, didn't thought maybe you'd be out somewhere and not directly here.
Oh, yeah. I do come to and from the carnival. But today I'm doing some hooch testing. Good
Oh,
stuff.
that sounds. Do you want some help frying the hooch?
Yeah, I mean, you can give it a shot. There's a lot of switches and dials, so be careful which ones you press. But yeah, I won't explain everything. But she sort of gestures towards the the stuff, and she's like, first we distill these mushrooms, and then it comes out here, and she's just gesturing to the complex network, and then it ends up here, and she points to the buckets, and it stinks of alcohol, really strong. Try some. And she
Okay,
pulls
well, I'll try one over here. There seems to be a bucket here. I'll try one.
yeah, she hands you a bucket.
Yeah, I'll take a drink.
Sweet. Sure. I guess give me a constitution save. Not that there's anything. not that there's
Are
any
you
sort of-
sure you want to that can I do a nature check and see if I can tell what type of mushrooms these are and how poisonous they might be?
Yeah, you can. I mean, she's clearly been drinking it. But you can give me a nature check as well. Xaxx, it's fantastic stuff, and you manage to hold it. It warms your belly, but it isn't like giving you any trips or anything immediately. It's just good alcohol, right? It's just very strong.
This one was good. I enjoyed this one.
You're
April.
feeling okay? You don't if you feel dizzy, you must tell me, okay?
I will, and I empty out my my water skin and fill it up with whatever was in this bucket.
Just filling it up in front of her. April's like, "Oh, I'm so glad! Ah, Bavlorna's going to be so happy! Oh, I'm going to make her so proud!" And
Yeah,
she turns to you.
this one was good. This one is. Were you working on these? Because this one was particularly enjoyable. Are there others I
Oh,
should try? I'll try another one.
I had some help from spare parts over here.
Oh,
And
hello, spare parts.
come on, don't be shy.
That
And
is
she pulls.
your name?
Well, that's what I call her. And she pulls on the reins of a horse's head that staggers around, standing on two human feet and legs. It is the most bizarre sight you've probably ever seen. A little bit unnerving, but April seems to be happy in her company. She
Hi.
can't really talk, but
Oh,
she's a good soul.
Can she understand what you say?
She
Hello.
sort of snorts um and breathes like a horse would, but you see their foot sort of scrape across the ground, not in a charging motion, but in a sort of a you know I don't know, just a baying motion. It's not really a thing you can understand just looking at it. It's so bizarre. It's a horse head and human legs.
It's an opposite center.
Right. That's the best way to describe it. But they don't seem
it's
to
yeah.
be. Bavlorna made her, I think.
Well, I'm gonna come over. Just don't mind me. I'm gonna try to pet spare parts.
Okay. You can give me an animal handling check. And you do indeed see that there is, as you're this close, stitching some in some sections of the creature. Um, the creature looks scared, and you can tell that they are very shy, not because they're not used to strangers, but because they're worried perhaps something will hurt them. And as you begin to pet them, they start to ease up, and and it's calming them down, definitely, Xaxx.
I don't have much in the way of food, but I do have some rations here I can give you. I'm gonna take out. I have 10 days of rations. I'm gonna take out 1 day's worth of rations and feed them to the horse
Okay,
thing.
they gently eat from your hand, and they seem to nuzzle affectionately against your robes as a sign of perhaps thanking you.
Uh,
See, Nox
if,
only got a cat. I got a horse person.
I don't know if they can be yours if they are a person, but you have made a friend. April, have you been giving the alcohol to this poor creature?
No, no, she doesn't drink, right? And you don't see any kind of response or recognition in the words.
Hmm.
Well, no, she doesn't. I give her just water, but she's just been keeping me
Oh,
company, really.
Yeah.
well, let's keep on the taste test. Let's see what's in this next barrel here. I'm gonna try this barrel.
Okay, and Rodolfo, with the mushrooms, they don't seem to be poisonous ones, but they some of them might have psychedelic effects for sure if taken in large quantities.
I will
But
eat 3 of them.
Just
So how much?
maybe be gentle. Yeah, I'm gonna go around and inspect machinery and see if I can tell,
hmm
what kind of alcohol she's brewing, or if there's anything worrying and or unusual. Like I'm probably pretty used to
Gotcha. You can
brandy
give me
and whiskey, and yeah.
yeah. It doesn't look like it with the mushrooms laid out. There's nothing poisonous about them, so it doesn't look like she's trying to create a malicious poison. It does look like some sort of weird side project that she's just got. But you can investigate the Hooch distillery itself.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, everybody needs hobbies.
Yeah,
Well,
exactly.
I can appreciate, the desire to make something uh, beautiful from whatever you happen to have. I have never seen a setup like this.
Oh no! So as you're like inspecting each little dial and tube, you rolled a natural one. Can you
Mm-hmm. Oh no.
give me a dexterity saving throw?
Oh sure, sure, sure,
You're the one that's
sure.
going to take damage on this, not me.
I haven't even touched it.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
You're lucky. That's a success. As you're inspecting things and you accidentally trip into a bucket and it gets like stuck on your boot, and so you're like hobbling forward, like clang clonk, and then you bump into the distillery, almost knocking something loose, but you catch it and stop the tube from basically knocking over
right.
the whole
Oh,
thing.
oh, okay.
And you hear this kind of rumbling and shaking from the tube, and there's like a hissing, and April's like, "Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Careful, careful!" And she hops up onto this, grabs a pair of pliers, and like tightens the nut on one of the tubes.
Wait, but
And
why is it
yeah,
making that noise? It's not supposed to make a noise.
well, it's compressed, fermented gas, isn't it? So this stuff could go boom.
It's compressed
Uh,
air. Aren't you a winery person?
well, yes, but I make fine wines and excellent brandies. I would never make anything explosive. I mean, alcohol can have that effect, but I think it's fair to say this is not how we do it at home. I'm a little, yeah.
Okay,
Just be very careful.
let's step away very slowly
Xaxx.
before an explosion happens. But she's just like carefully leading you away, Rodolfo.
Right. Okay.
Perhaps you shouldn't
Hey,
touch it.
April,
I,
are you?
I
Is your job to just like watch over this machinery here in this room?
it
Like, I know you go out and steal things and whatnot for her at the fair, but also do you do this? Like, is it dual two jobs you do?
uh, I well, I was supposed to be playing with the other lonelings today, but they said I smell and that I'm no fun, and so I I kept myself company with spare parts over here, and I thought I'd do something useful with my time.
I'm
I
sorry they
like
are not
them less and
funny to
less as
you.
the more I learn
Hmm.
about these other three.
They
Do
make
you?
fun of me. They say I'm just I get I'm they say I'm the favorite, so they all gang up on me.
They're
Bavlorna's
jealous of
favorite.
you. That's why they're jealous of you. I mean, you're my favorite too.
Oh, thanks. And she sort of grins this toothy, spiked tooth grin. Bulbous eyes kind of go brighter.
Any of the other ones have a liquid in them that for tasting? Some the mushrooms didn't do a whole lot.
Hmm. Looks
Can I open
around.
up the barrels or whatever these are in the corner?
Yeah, yeah, you can do. I think the barrels mostly got so let's have a look. Probably the supply of mushrooms in them,
Hmm.
and
Ooh.
can see you can see a spare bucket or two in here as well. But mostly this is a supply of of mushrooms. Actually, one of them is really, really heavy, and you can tell this is probably filled to the brim with hooch. You can smell it coming from it.
Yeah, okay. So say, Xaxx, whatever you do, do not take more than 3 of those ones. These ones are okay. Those ones will mess you up.
3 of the mushrooms here? Well, I
Well,
tried the mushrooms already.
no, the ones from this barrel are fine. The ones from this barrel over here, not so fine. But why
Oh,
don't you
okay.
just drink the alcohol? It's probably a little safer. I can't believe
Yeah.
I said that.
She's still trying to perfect the recipe, but if Xaxx like it, then can't be too far off.
Is there more over here? I want to try another one.
Yeah, you can try more. Similar sort of recipe as well. Maybe just slightly different tangy tastes, depending on which combination of mushrooms have been thrown in.
This
But
one's a little more hoppy than the other one.
right, yeah, but it's just as strong.
Yeah.
You can give me another con save, see if you're drinking a good portion. That is. Oh yeah, this one's going to your head. You're feeling a little bit dizzy. Probably
Oof.
hiccup after that one because it's quite fizzy as well. It's fermented, so yeah.
Does she drink all of this herself?
No, no,
does
she was
she give it
planning
to
on
other?
selling it.
Oh, so that's an interesting side business for a witch who rules over this whole land. No, I mean
Yeah, but
you
I
wouldn't
think
think she would have the time.
it's like Zach says, you gotta have a hobby, right?
Can I just take a look around the workbench here and see if there's anything uh that's not sort of hooch related that maybe would be interesting to take a look at?
Uh, okay. Yeah, give me an investigation check. See what else there is? 7. No, it looks pretty much all in order. Just tools to operate the tubes and tighten the nuts and
All right.
bolts.
Okay. Well, I'll come back this way. I'll give spare parts a little pet on my way by. You're a good horse person. Spare parts.
They sort of sniff the air near you and sort of shake their head up and down.
No, April,
I'll give you another. I'm gonna give another ration. Day's rations.
As they
There we go.
nibble on that, they sort of just gingerly follow you a few steps. Not all the way, but they kind of stop around here in the middle of the room. Whereas before they were, they were hiding in the corner. Now they seem a bit more open.
April, what do you do with all the things that you steal for Bavlorna? Is there a special place that you'd put them, like a
I wouldn't call it
safe?
steal. The borrowing stuff.
The borrowing, yes, yes, the borrowing.
Well, I tried to take away only things that Bavlorna wanted me to, but I don't steal to spread misery. I'm trying to help people.
No, we can see that. Uh, we 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 know you're an innocent in all this.
Well,
But
We just
okay, the stuff's
we've
upstairs.
had some stuff that's been taken from us, and we're trying to get it back. Is the only thing.
Upstairs, she keeps it. But it's locked, so no one else can go in there except her.
oh, and do you know where the key is? Does she keep it with her, or does she hide
Yep.
it?
No,
She keeps
she's
it with
got
her.
it.
Mm. I was hoping for a little bit of an easier answer, but this is to be expected. Uh, what do you know when she sends you to steal a particular thing? Is it Does she tell you what it is for?
Um, no, she just sort of gives me an idea of what to steal. She doesn't target things specifically. She just says, steal this type of thing or this type of thing. I mean, borrow.
Yes, Boa. Okay, I'm just interested in. She has such
Like,
a complex operation here. I wish to understand why she does things this way. You see?
um, you can. She sort of like struggles with this for a moment, like trying to think why she does it in the first place. Um, and then, in sort of a childlike innocence, she sort of shrugs and says, "Oh, maybe she just wants to make friends, and so she takes stuff, and then they have to find her, so they get to, you know, bargain and chat, and they get to play like swapsies when they find something for her, and they can get their thing back. You know, it's kind of a maybe it's like show and tell, but swapping and trading. It's like just trading stuff to make friends."
Uh, have you seen a lot of people come to make friends?
Oh yeah, loads.
Really? And
Mm-hmm.
they stay friends with her just through talking about their borrowed items?
She sort of sheepishly looks down at the floor and tilts her head to the side and says, "Um, well, they don't always seem happy about it. I
Mm.
guess sometimes it's something important that they're missing. I guess that upsets them, but I'm sure Bavlorna means well. She just wants to have fun. And you can tell perhaps she's maybe searching for an innocent
I
reason."
hate I hate to be the one to say this, April, but I don't think Bavlorna means well for these people that she's taking things from. It hurts
Oh,
them.
you think so?
I'm
You know,
pretty sure.
unfortunately, yes, it has hurt us, members of our party. So perhaps it is not the case with everyone, but you know, I I, I would guess that at least some of the things that have been borrowed were not making people happy.
Could you both roll persuasion checks?
Or
What?
She
uh,
seems that's really good. Both you seem to struck some sort of heartstring, and you can start to see her big bulging eyes start to maybe get a little bit wet with tears as you realize that her innocent, childlike logic has been horribly flawed this entire time, and she sort of says, "Oh, I, I never meant to upset people. I just thought, uh, I thought maybe it would bring people together and make Bavlorna happy, and uh, I just want to make friends. I'm, I'm sorry
Well,
Bavlorna made you upset or broke your hearts.
well, April. I don't know necessarily about Rodolfo, but I can be your friend if you want.
Really?" She
I
looks up at
mean,
you, wiping
you
tears away.
you are quite skilled at the things that you borrow. I think that if you wish to be useful, I think there are many things that you can do to make friends, and perhaps perhaps talk to people when you know uh but before you take their things.
Yeah.
You know,
You could do a lot of good to a lot of people if you want, if you really, put your mind to it.
that's what I mean. Yes, exactly. And we would be your friends. We are your friends now.
Can I have a hug?
I'll give April a hug.
She goes to hug you, and you see these mucusy, slimy hands grab onto your leg, and they do leave a little bit of a smear, but it's heartwarming at the very least when she's hugging onto you.
Okay.
Thanks, guys. You guys are the best.
I know.
Much better than those other guys.
Yeah.
They're all
We still gotta
butt heads.
need to ask the others what we want to do with those three, but we'll find the things that were taken and return them to their rightful owners, if that's okay with you, and then we'll see what we can do to help you out.
Really,
She
that is
nods.
a very good idea. If you wish to make people happy, returning the things that were borrowed, you will make a lot of friends this way. People will
Yes.
be overjoyed to see you. Maybe
Okay.
this is one way you can start to
Oh, do you remember
meet
all the
people.
things you took and who they belong to? Because maybe you can, if we can get that thing open with the key, that we can your job to bring happiness to people would be to return their items to them.
Yeah, at the prospect of this making people happy, she hops back and forth. And she's like, yeah, I know. I know that stuff. I remember.
This is good.
She
This
starts
is
like
very, very good.
lifting off random trinkets, Well, we
Well,
got to
it
get
is.
inside first. We need the
Yeah,
key. And the key
we
is on Bavlorna.
that's the part that we'll need some help with. I think with our other friends.
Hmm.
I don't suppose you have any ideas about how we can get this key.
She thinks for a moment and says,
I have an
"Oh,
idea.
oh, no! I know one way." And she begins running on the spot in circles like this, rapidly, like so fast. She starts to go into a green blur, and you lose sight of her movements. But you can definitely hear her like scampering across the floor, like.
Do you know what she's doing?
I'm really not sure. Creating a tornado?
Almost, yeah. She's going so fast, but then she stops and skids to a halt. Oh, you guys seem fine. Maybe it's just her then.
Oh,
Uh,
you were going with her shins.
That's it. That's what she calls it. She says, "April, if I catch you doing widdershins again, I'm gonna swallow you and make you back into a fungus stew."
Rodolfo, remind me what Widdershins is. I've
It's
a little too
it's
much
when
of the hooch.
it's when you go in that direction, like she just did. You go opposite than normal. Have you ever seen a clock?
I have a clock. I have a watch. I have a watch
Yes,
actually.
it is opposite of the way that the hands go around the clock. You know how they only
And
go in one direction?
yeah.
If you go opposite direction, that is with their shins, and the witch does not like it.
She despises it. It's funny. She sneezes and coughs at everything.
That
Ah,
is
okay. That's
okay.
good. That's good. That's
Yes.
good. That's and then we still need to get the key off of her though, right?
Right. But she's like,
I
she can't even speak when she's doing it. She's so bad.
Make her
I
weak.
have
Mhm.
a
It's sort of like
question.
some
Yeah.
sort of allergy, maybe.
April, how good is Bavlorna's eyesight?
Um, Pretty good, I'd say. But I mean, why?
Well, I have something that can create make everything dark.
Oh,
Uh very, very dark. And so if she can't see through it, then maybe we can have a better chance at getting the
hmm.
E. I don't know.
Okay. I'll tell you what. I'm gonna let her roll an intelligence check. It's gonna be a shot in the dark, but we'll see.
Nope.
She shrugs and goes, "I guess that could work. Sure."
Great. All right. Sounds good.
She sort of keeps doing little widdershins every now and again, just because she finds it fun. And we're gonna jump back to the others downstairs. So you've come back down past the pool into the stairwell, and Tanwen and Tarquin, you do spot the dragonflies, and they seem to be on the wall, and they're just talking. Well, they seem to be like flexing their wings at one another, and you can hear like a little droning from one, and then a droning from the other. So they're like, zzz, 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 zzz.
Can I cast speak with animals to see if I understand what they're saying?
Yeah, you can. That would work. And then the strange droning noises suddenly meld into a voice that you understand, and it is the drones talking back and forth to the dragonflies. They don't seem to be attacking each other, and one of them's like, "Ah, why did you pull my wings? That was rude." And the dragonfly is like, "Sorry, we were just trying to help. Like, obviously, we didn't want you guys getting into trouble. And honestly, the rabbit man, he didn't mean it. He didn't know your nest was on the other side." Mm. The wasp is like, "All right, well, I guess it's okay. We don't mind really, but just next time use the other way. We've made our home here." The dragonflies are sort of back and forth, like, "All right, well, you know, this human ranger we found. Sorry, not ranger. Yeah, human ranger." So they sort of say like this. I think her name is Tanwen. She's really good with insects. Really friendly. You'd love her, honestly. She's like the queen bee or
Hi.
wasp. Oh, and you
Hi.
poke your head around, and the dragonflies look suddenly startled and maybe a little embarrassed. But they're like,
Hi.
"Oh, here she is.
I'm
Wait,
I'm
what?
so
Do
glad
you
y'all are
understand us?"
I'm so well, just for a little bit. I cast a spell. It's gonna wear off shortly, but at least right now we can talk, and I am so glad y'all are safe. And um, are the wasps gonna hurt us, or
The
are
dragonflies
they?
speak up like, "No, we're getting along just fine. Isn't
Oh,
that
that's
right?"
perfect. That is absolutely wonderful. I'm so glad y'all are getting along. And I don't know if the wasps can understand me, but hopefully they can. We are very sorry to have disturbed your door. We did not mean to. We didn't
They
realize you
speak
were
up.
back there.
You're forgiven. We get a little bit agitated. We're quite a short fuse."
Well, we're trying so hard to figure out what's going on here and help everybody that Bavlana's hurt. So that's why we're exploring the area right now and talking to everybody. Um, do you know when Bavlana's going to be back?
Bavlorna, they zoop off like instantly and return within like a split second. "Yes, she's coming right now. Can see her
Oh,
Ow.
do you know
Um,
which
on the
way
bobbing
she's
lily
coming
pad.
from? Okay, do you know which way she's coming from?
We're on the balcony. That one." And they zip over to here, really
Okay,
quick, and then back again.
yeah.
okay. Thank you so, so much. I need to tell my friends so that they know that she is on her way. So y'all be safe and
Yeah.
call us if you need us. I may not be able to talk to you, but I will certainly try. Tarquin, we've
Mm,
got to go. Tarquin, we've
Yeah.
got to go right now.
Yeah.
Dragonflies, can y'all join your friends in my hood? We're gonna dash back up to our friends, or you can fly
sure.
along if you'd rather. If you want to stretch your wings, but we're gonna go tell everybody Bavlana's on her way back.
Yeah.
All right, we'll do. Form up teams. They zoom into your
Yeah,
hood.
just before Tarquin goes, he's going to root about quickly in his ration sack and pull out, I don't know, some edible flowers or something, or some something sugary that the wasps can get like the sugars they need, and just sort of place that down as
Mm,
an apology before
okay,
heading off.
sure.
Aw, that is so sweet of you, Tarquin.
Literally, it was full
They
of sugar.
they zip down and immediately start, you know,
Yeah.
filling their bellies up with it.
And
Um,
again, he bows in apology before rushing off and go, right, let's go, go, go,
no,
go.
he wasn't so bad. In fact, it's not the first time that damn door's been open. And then another one's like, well, why have we made our home on it? I swear, we should have picked a different place. Those dragonflies made a good home in that human's hood. You thinking what I'm thinking? Anyway, there's the wolves plotting their own little ideas whilst they eat their sugary treats.
Wrong one. Wrong door, wrong door, wrong door. Brandee, go. Or Tanwen,
Mhm.
go. Up here.
Sure enough, you hear the croaking chorus of frogs from that same balcony before when something was near it. They all sort of erupted. But Tarquin, you get up. You're closing doors behind Tanwen.
I didn't
Here you
close
go.
doors.
Oh, Tanwen, you gotta. I think you closed the
Tanwen!
door and then tried to go through it. No, that's fine.
This way.
Oh,
Up that
whoops.
way.
Did I go to...
Yep.
Down
You
here.
go into a room where there's suddenly a squawking load of birds behind cages, and
That's the wasp room. No, well, I'm just curious. He's gonna listen at this one to make sure there's no wasps on the other side.
no, it's
Wait.
completely silent.
Oh,
There's a freezing, chilly air that
Knox!
hits your face.
That's a cold
Knox!
storage room of some kind.
Knox! Do you know where Xaxx and Rodolfo is? Bavlorna's on her
Oh
way.
God.
She'll be here any second now.
Maybe just
Okay.
one more drink. We got lots of time.
Knox, do you know where they are? They're in the
Knox-
distillery? Where's the
Knox point-
distillery?
Knox points in that direction and says, "Yeah, they're in there." It's at this point I think both Gloam and Knox are probably actually becoming normal size at this point, and she's like, "Ah." She
Oh,
does grow back to normal size, whilst Gloam shrinks back down. It only lasts a little while, it seems.
well,
And
it's
at
good
that
to
point,
see you.
Morgort is also opening the door and has found you guys and says, "Oh yeah, they're in here, and you guys can regroup." But it's just when you're regrouping and about to tell this information when Tarquin decides to open up all the doors around the kitchen. Opening up one, he's hit with a frigid blast of cold air and then immediately shuts the door. The second one he opens, he is eye to eye with a gigantic snake, but not just not just one set of eyes, but two sets of eyes. This long, slithering, scaled creature rises up and bares its fangs towards you, Tarquin.
Tarquin just
And it
goes,
speaks.
"Sorry."
You would understand it, both Tarquin, because you speak Sylvan, don't you?
Yep.
Yeah, and Tanwen, you understand animals right now. This creature looks at you and hisses a hiss of spite and says, You're the ones from the tower.
Oh God, not you guys. Sorry about then. Sorry about now. I'm just gonna close the door and leave you guys to it.
Sorry you cut us into pieces. You killed us.
I mean,
Sorry's not
you're
gonna
looking
cut it.
pretty good for someone who was cut into pieces.
You see them lurch forward, and as they do, this section in the middle goes taut, and you see where they are stitched together.
Oh. Well, at least you'll never be lonely.
I'm gonna have everyone roll initiative because these guys launch into attack.
How dare you? We should strangle you for what you did.
And this is what Bavlorna has just entered the building as well. Bloody Toe shouts,
What now? What are you doing?
I opened a door just to see what was inside and met an old friend.
"Oh,
I say friend.
That's snitches and stitches.
Yep.
Bavlorna just recently made them.
Yeah. Well, I suppose that's one thing I could say Bavlorna owes me because I provided the parts.
True." April, yeah, April hears this as well down the corridor.
Snitches and stitches aren't friendly. They've been barking on about these adventurers who laser beamed them in half.
You better go help. She just speeds off around the corner.
Okay.
Oh,
Xaxx, come on. Puts the drink down. I think we may
I-
have something to do.
Hi, April.
On your turn, you do.
Yep.
Wait a sec. Let's
Yep.
move you guys back a minute. These guys are
I thought I
in
could
turn
sneak by
order,
you.
I'm afraid. Dinah, alright, Morgoth's gonna rush around, of course. She wastes no time rushing to your side, Tarquin. And it's just gonna hold an action if it comes towards you to strike at it. And it's your turn, Tarquin.
Which way does the door open? Inwards or outwards?
It's a pantry, so I'm gonna say it's opening inwards into the pantry.
That's annoying. Actually,
Mhm.
don't work. What sort of handle are we talking?
Handle.
Yeah. Is it like a pull down handle? Is it like
Most of
one
these
of
are
those ones
doorknobs.
that looks like it should be a pull, but it's actually a push? If you know the ones.
I think most of these are just doorknobs.
Okay, doorknob. Can I do anything from doorknob? So I'm just having a quick think, seeing if I can think of a way to sort of seal this door.
Right.
does it have a lock?
Does
The
it have a
pantry
lock?
does not have a lock. No.
No. Okay, open symbols. It's one of the few times when I wish it would open outwards. Okay. There's a table here. How heavy does this table look?
It's pretty big. It's like what, 15 foot long?
And does it
5
look
foot
like
wide?
it's bolted to the ground?
It's not, no, but it is a heavy table for sure.
Okay. I'm gonna close the door.
Okay.
I'm gonna tie a rope around the handle. Because I'm
Alright.
gonna tie the other end of the rope around the table. Like, let's see him try to open the door now without just busting it down.
That is a crazy MacGyver idea, but I'm on board. Okay, you do this as your action,
Yeah.
and you've tied up the rope. Let's hope it holds. Xaxx.
I'm gonna run into the room, and I'm just gonna say, "Don't hurt April. She's cool."
Wasn't planning to.
And-
Just dealing. Do you remember those two giant snakes we beat up?
Yes, I do.
They're in there and they've been stitched together and they're really pissed. But I've
In
kind
which
of
one? This.
Yeah, I've
Is
kind
it
of
this
locked
one?
the door.
Yeah,
So
correct.
I don't know.
You can-
They're probably going to try to break the door down or something. They're pretty big, so they might be able to, but they should give us at least a few seconds. So if you want to prepare anything,
All right, I'm gonna move my last 5 feet over here, and then prepare hold action to cast Sacred Flame if they
Okay.
come through.
All right, Tanwen.
Okay, everybody, Tarquin, you did a great job. That was a really good idea to tie the handle to the table, but Bavlorna's coming. The wasp just told me she is almost here. If she's not already here, she was landing on the balcony that is on the first floor. So we all need to be prepared to meet Bavlorna right now. So I know the snake is urgent, but we have even bigger problems right now.
yeah.
And
I mean, do snakes
did
even
you-
know how to open doors? Can they turn the handle?
Well, I don't know, but I'm wondering if they're just going to try to bust through. So this was more just you know.
No, fair enough. Okay.
But they began against the hinges, so that would be at least. It looks like a pretty solid door. So
and I'm gonna back up so I can shoot things without shooting them at disadvantage if I have to.
Sure. All right.
It's all of you out there, isn't it? Every one of you. You're gonna feel the pain that you inflicted on us tenfold.
And you hear this in Sylvan mostly, but the hissing is also in sort of an animalistic tone, which Tan would understand as well. These guys are out for vengeance, and as they slam against the door, they are indeed going to try and basically break it or pull it or bust it open. In any case, it's going to be a strength saving throw for them, or strength just check for them, and we'll see what they get. Was that a 7? 11? And that's not what I wanted. They are struggling against the weight, and like you said, they haven't got hands, so they're trying to like bite out onto the doorknob or maybe coil around it, but their coils are so big that they haven't got a more intricate grip around it. So you just see the door kind of like buckling, and you can hear the wood creaking. Like it is actually holding firm. They don't
All right,
break. They don't break through.
everybody, they're really, really angry. And they are vowing vengeance. I don't know if they're going to be able to get through that door, but we need to be prepared. Margot, you might want to back up a little bit, just in case they come through. I mean, I've got my bow and arrow. I can shoot the second they get through that door. But they're pissed.
They certainly are. Thinking.
And I don't think they're pissed the way Xaxx is pissed.
That's a good one.
Correctly sober.
Bloody Toes.
Great. You're about to make a big mess in my kitchen, aren't you?
I mean, you'll have plenty of food, meat.
Those snakes were practically half rotted by the time the hunter picked them up.
But didn't you say that Bavlorna's not fussy?
That's true.
She pulls out a meat cleaver. She says,
But if what you said is true and she's on her way, then and she sees you killing one of her new creations, well, it's going to be more than
I
the
wasn't
meat that's
planning to.
hitting.
That was why I've kind of locked the door. So I was planning to use this moment to Actually, Bloody Toast, do you know how it's so cold in this other room? I mean...
magic, she says, very plainly.
Tarquin is just like, I'm curious now, but... Now, later.
I think she's just going to take the dodge action and wait to see what happens. Rodolfo.
I'm going to rush into the room. First of all, and I'm going to give guidance to Tarquin.
Thank you.
Nux could also hold a
Good luck.
produce flame again. Hold it ready.
Yeah.
Maybe it was that.
I'm guessing the door handle for these doors is made of wood as well.
Right. Morgott, we'll back up a little bit, I guess. Yeah. Are you sure this rope will hold? Seeing it's only a matter of time before it breaks
I mean,
free,
it's
no?
probably not going to hold for long, so I'm thinking if we head upstairs, get ready for up there. I think I saw some stairs in the room before this. That's where I'm going.
We'll go upstairs? Oui?
Yeah.
Alright. In that case, you will rush off and dash.
Yep. Don't particularly want to harm the snake. Again, sorry, Snitches and Stitches. Did not mean to hurt you. I really do like your new form. I think you look really cool. I realize that might be pouring salt on the wound, but it is a cool form. I mean, how often do you see a double-ended snake? But I'm going to leave you to cool off. In fact, I'm going to go check out the freezer if you want to come and cool off with me. He calls through the door. So I've used 5, 10, 20. He opens the freezer door. And then he's gonna continue his movement and head up here, potentially. Basically trying to trick them into that's where they went.
Is this your attempt at crying out for mercy?
No, I just feel like we should be friends. But,
Friends.
that's why I thought we could have a nice cold chill, you know? Wait, just snakes. You might not like that. Well, you seem angry, so hopefully that'll help. And then he's going to...
We're cold-blooded. That's an insult to us.
Are you still cold-blooded even though you've been magically reconstructed? I would think that magic would love to have a cooling effect to help preserve your body even longer.
And Tarquin is going to action dash to head up the stairs himself.
Right you are. In fact, you could say we're even colder still. Cold, dead.
Not sure what that means. Oh, okay, yeah. That was not obvious. You could use some little work on your insides.
You're the one who killed us. You remember?
Rodolfo, I'm not sure that that's helping if we want to follow Tarquin's plan.
Okay, Xaxx, you're up.
Do I see a chest in the middle of the room here?
You do. There is a. In fact, I haven't got a chance to describe it, but I will now, as it's been opened up to everyone can see it. In this freezing cold room, you can see frost and ice is sort of built up over the floor and walls. The room is freezing cold. Tanwen, you're like right up against it as well, so you can sort of feel that chill up your spine. But from here, you can see chunks of frozen meat dangle from the ceiling on hooks and chains, and along the walls, more meat is stacked in piles of metal racks. And there's a small frost-covered wooden coffer sitting in the middle of the floor, and the cold seems to be almost radiating out from it. That's what you see there. What would you like to do, Xaxx?
I'm just gonna do one thing here just to see. No, okay. Full dash there, and then into the room. And I
You
want to
gotta
take
go
a look
in.
at the... Yeah.
Okay. You could open up the chest if you want it. Doesn't seem to be
I want-
locked. Oh, but it
I want to
is
open it up.
frozen. I need an athletics check. So you try to lift the lid, and you're like, it's like clearly stuck from the ice that's kind of built up over it. That's a success though, and eventually you do manage to peel away, and there's a cracking sound as the wood gives. And inside you see a still beating heart.
Oh! I found the musician's heart! Oh! I'm gonna take it.
Excellent, Xaxx. Good job.
I'm gonna... Can I... Is the heart, like, on its own okay? Like, can I pick it up and it'll be okay on its own?
It doesn't look like it's held by anything. It's just sitting in the middle of the chest, still beating. Yeah, it's up to you. What
Okay,
you want to do?
I'm gonna wrap it in... I gotta have some sort of... I have a pouch. I'm gonna put it in one of my pouches just so it's sort of secure on its own.
Okay.
To take care of it. And then, do I have anything I can do as a bonus action? Give me a second.
That's probably mostly your turn as running, dashing, opening up, picking it up.
Yeah, okay,
So-
that's everything.
That's okay. All right. Let's go to Tanwen. You're still holding an arrow. Doesn't look like it's broke through yet, but what do you want to do?
Okay. I am gonna hold my action And I'm going to shout, Nox, Rodolfo, or say, Nox, Rodolfo, Bloody Toes, go, 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 go. I'll bring up the rear.
Okay.
So I'm holding to see if he busts through.
Gotcha. And it is going to attempt it. 100%. One more slam against the wall, trying to break through the door, or rather, perhaps pull it away. That's going to do it this time for sure. The door is pulled not only from the rope, but off its hinges, and so the kind of snapping of wood is echoed into the room as you finally see the creature beginning to emerge. You do get your attack, your held action, Tanwen.
Okay, so target.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, baby, target. Why are you
Try
not
it now. Should be
Oh, that's
alt,
big.
alt click.
Okay.
Yes, it's
Oh,
as
Jesus.
big as it.
I'm in the
It's
room.
as big as it used to be. You actually do remember it being this big as well.
Oh, okay.
But it's just the token looks humongous. Okay, you get a good shot on it. 5 points of piercing damage as it slithers into the room. Nox also is going to unleash a held. What was it? Produce flame, right?
Yes.
Okay. 13 actually hits. The creature is very cumbersome and it's having difficulty perhaps moving in these tight corridors, but as it finally squeezes through and into this space, it's actually used its action to break the door. So it kind of just rears up, both heads scanning the room for potential victims. One of them locks eyes with you, Rodolfo. You! It
Me?
was you!
Hello.
A strange eldritch laser.
Perhaps. I mean, are you sure your memory is what it was? It was a long time ago. A whole
Oh.
lifetime ago, you might say.
It was the last thing my eyes set their gaze on. And now I will be the last thing you see.
That's it, let's just go. Bloody toes.
Oh boy, this is too much of a hassle.
Ah! She looks around at it. Screw it, she's angry. She hates it. She says,
I hate nosy adventurers. I hate Bavlorna. But more than anything, I hate her stupid creations.
and she rushes forward with a butcher's cleaver and just swings wildly at it.
You're good for one thing. Chopping in pieces.
And she just slashes through it, dealing 9 points of slashing. She's going to multi-attack it. And
Wow.
as soon as the blood splatters up against her, there's this fervor that like rushes into her eyes, and she slices again and again and again, 3 times at this creature, absolutely eviscerating it, relishing in the bloodlust. Okay, not even the yoga could hold her back. Yep, she is a mad cat. All right, Rodolfo, it's your go.
Okay. I'm going to. I'm gonna go as far as I can towards the door, the far door.
You do that, and it makes an attack of opportunity.
Oh no! Was it within 5 feet?
It's
Oh,
within
shit.
10 feet.
Ah!
It's huge.
Okay.
This thing's got one hell of a reach.
Yikes.
So-
Okay. No hard feelings from me. I'm sure
Oh,
we'll get along well. Your banter's getting better.
I'll show you my feelings with a taste of venom.
She bites into you. Oh yeah, that's gonna
Yep.
hit.
Ouch.
10 points of piercing damage.
Yep.
However, not venom, but more like stuffing comes out of the fangs. Probably some sort of taxidermy like stuffing that just excretes out of it. But it doesn't poison you. It just hurts it like hell because the fangs have sunk deep. But you do make it over here despite
Okay.
the attack.
Yep. And I'm going to... I'm very sorry about this. I was not intending to do it, but nope.
Oh,
Max
it sees
damage
it
as
coming.
That's a
well.
10 too.
Yep.
It
Oh.
sees it. Oh, this little act again. And it immediately predicts the laser sort of firing towards it, and it coils in such a shape that the laser goes straight through like a coil, like a hole.
Okay, sorry, so sorry. Can I get through the door? Yeah, I can. I have enough movement. Can I get through the door and close it behind me?
Get back here and face us.
No, I don't want to.
Knocks back to her. Let's see. Big spell, maybe? It's getting dangerous. Spike growth, though. No. Charm person, healing word. Ice knife? Probably, it's got to do more damage, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Although there's a lot of creatures surrounding her.
Although
Probably
you
not.
could go for a classic moonbeam.
Could do. But that's gonna not hit her. It's not gonna hit the creature until the next round, which might not be.
True.
And she might get attacked and then lose concentration. I'm just gonna play it safe and go with a produce flame. That makes
Yeah.
a bit of damage in the meantime. She misses though, unfortunately. That's heart wrenching. Minimum damage too. She looks panicked. Nox has been. She has lost its reaction though, so Nox can actually attempt to try and get away. So that's what she'll do. She'll run down this corridor instead. Gloam seems to chase after her. Alright, that's it. We're back to the top with April. And she says, "Don't hurt my friends!" And she pulls out a set of daggers.
Oh no.
She's been hiding onto. They look like perhaps maybe some tools that she's had from the distillery, but also this is a kitchen. She grabs all the kitchen knives and just starts hurling them, hucking them, and stabbing into them. 1. That's a hit. 2. And again, she moves with such speed that you don't even notice how she's just zoomed around the kitchen, picked up all the cutlery, and stabbed all 3 of them into the snake. Yes, 3. It should broadcast just how strong these lawnlings are and how fast and deadly they can be. That's her turn though. She's just absolutely eviscerated the snake. 3 slices, leaving the knives inside. And then she backs away. Morgul is upstairs. Where did Tarquin go?
I'm
Are you upstairs?
It's upstairs.
Okay, you made it. So she looks around the room and she says, This room gives me the creeps. There is some sort of weird bobbing light above our heads as well. It looks very much alive." And you recognize it instantly, Tarquin. That is a will-o'-wisp that is just hovering around, watching you guys. And these potted plants someone has knocked over. Place is a mess.
I've just noticed that Bavlorna is in the turn order.
Yes. Yes, she is. Are we hiding up here, Tarquin?
We're looking for what we came for, I guess. Tarquin is going to greet the will-o'-wisp with a bow and be like, and speak in Sylvan and just be like, hello? Not here to cause any harm. Mind if we go past?
The ball of light bobs up further away into the rafters and seems to be casting shadows over the room. You're not sure. It didn't really respond. It just sort of hovered higher up and away, and it's clearly like watching and observing you guys. You look around the rest. This messy, rumpled and moldering rugs are everywhere. There's food scraps, stacks of dirty dishes, and tipped over clay pots whose plants have long since died. There's a bed that occupies one corner of the room that has a kind of pile of straw resting atop it.
Okay, Tarquin is going to go 5 to here, 10 to here, really hoping the rogue doesn't attack me.
No, it doesn't. You kind of move around, and you do spy in the opposite corner. There stands a squat chest of drawers, and there's a watering can resting atop it.
Yeah.
And the only other furnishings of note is a stocky wooden chest with a sturdy iron padlock sitting in another corner between the two closed doors. There is another door up here.
Yeah,
So
he
that's-
heads over to the chest and sees if his tuning key reacts to, like, maybe it's hidden in the chest.
It does not, and you're definitely within 5 feet of it. It doesn't ping.
Okay. Okay. But this door looks like it was locked, right?
Yep. You
Does-
try to
Does
try to
this-
open it.
Does this
tell
one
me
look
what-
like it's locked?
This one? No, it doesn't have a lock on it.
Okay. I've had so much bad luck for opening doors, but third time's the charm. Oh,
See a balcony before you,
well, this is nice. Good view. Like, this is
and
definitely
you
the
realize.
best.
Yeah, you definitely realize you're on the 3rd floor at this point.
Best room of the house. I can see why Bavlorna would like it. And then just heads back in and closes the door.
Okay, that's most of your action. The will-o-wisp kind of hovers above you as you go over to it, and you realize it's still just looking at you down from the rafters. Okay,
Do you
back.
happen to
Oh, yeah.
know the will-o-wisps over by, like, the O well? They're doing well if you do. Just thought I'd let you know. Will-o-wisp to will-o-wisp.
You can roll a persuasion check on that regard, just because you've mentioned the other ones.
Aha! I'm so persuasive.
It doesn't seem to respond again. Perhaps now that you're like directly addressing it again, it tries to hide behind the rafters and maybe pretend that you didn't see it. But it's very obvious. I mean, it's a glowing orb of light. It just clearly doesn't want to talk to you for whatever reason.
Yeah.
Yes, it is Bavlorna to go, and with that, you hear the footsteps below Tarquin. Perhaps not directly below the steps, but definitely on the floor below, because as I mentioned, everything creaks in this entire cottage. And in addition to that, you hear voices.
This way, this way. They went this way. There they are. Uh-oh.
And they see snitches and stitches as they come into the room. There is a couple of lawnlings. They seem to be leading the charge and pointing towards this room. Although you can't quite see it from where you are, you just hear the voices. For now, I'll describe Bavlorna when you actually get eyes on her. But you definitely hear her
no.
voice.
Everybody's leaving and she's coming for me.
Yeah, I'm afraid she's been on the turnout for a little while now. I'm just revealing her now because you can actually hear her. But you definitely she voices out as the lawnlings are pointing and basically snitching on you. And she says in a low, croaking voice, she says,
What act of desperation compels you to enter my home, little darlings?
Xaxx, it's you.
Oh, okay. Um. Okay.
Uh-oh.
I have a thing here.
I hope you have a thing.
Did I hear her? Did I hear her?
Yeah, you heard that voice
Okay.
that croaked and bellowed out. She was
Okay.
She sounded like she was just in the room over.
So I am going to move here, right beside the door. I'm going to take out the mummified toad that I have, which apparently acts as a scroll of darkness.
That's correct.
And I'm going to use it.
Okay.
So that the whole room is just engulfed in darkness.
All right. Let's do that real quick.
Is this regular darkness or magical darkness?
It's magical darkness.
That's right.
But I'm trying to save myself because I think I'm the only. I don't want to solo against Bavlorna.
So
and the snake. Actually, you know what? I'm not going to do that.
Okay. All right.
I'm going to stay here. I am going to cast.
Leaving the door open, or
leaving the door open for now.
Okay.
I'm going to target the snake. If I can target the snake. There we go.
Yep.
Please target the snake.
It is very badly injured, by the way, after being eviscerated by Bloody Toes plus April coming to your aid. It's like, it's a good job you made some friends before opening that door.
I'm going to try to guiding bolt it.
That.
No. Does it hit? It hit.
And how do you want to do this on snitches and snitches?
Yes.
I'm gonna take out the toad, think about it real hard for a second, and then decide no, I need to finish off the snake first, and switch it out, take out my moonstone, and just hold it up like I'm holding a sigil right at its face and shoot it.
Wow. All right. Blinding light instead of pitch black darkness. Your mind kind of flicks between the two options like yin and yang, and then finally loosing that guiding bolt, blasts the creature back and again into pieces. The stitching comes loose, and you hear the hissing cry, "Not again! This is your fault, snitches! Don't blame me, Stitches!" And they just collapse.
And then I'm going to go to the door, close it, and sort of try to brace myself against it so that Bavlorna can't open the door. Or try to.
All right. Okay. Tanwen, what do you do?
Xaxx, is she behind you? Is she in that room?
I don't know if I heard that. Did I hear that?
You've seen this room, by the way, Tanwen. You know it's kind of a dead end. It's like a contained meat locker. So you know there's no way she could have come in from that.
All right, I heard Bavlorna. I just am not sure where she's coming from.
You can hear her right around this corner.
Okay. I am going to back over to the table. I'm not going to get up on the table right now, but and I'm going to use the snake as partial cover and see if I can see her back around that corner.
You see the lawnling, which is in the front, and they seem to be like pointing and looking back and like beckoning just over their shoulder, like as if they're looking at something directly behind them.
Okay.
This way, I can hear them. Uh-oh.
All right,
they killed snitches and stitches again.
I'm going to hold my action until she comes in the room. Oh, real quick question. Do I have to see her to cast Hunter's Mark?
Yeah, you do.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. That's Snitches and Stitches out of the turn order. Over to Bloody Toes, who says,
waste not, want not, I guess.
And she drags one.
Oh, this one's heavy.
And slams it onto the table. She has got the strength to do it, though, believe it or not. This little stout figure has the arms of a giant, it seems, as they pick both things up over her shoulders and slings them over onto the table and begins carving as if nothing was out of place. Chop, chop, chop. She gets to work making dinner. Rodolfo, you're on the balcony. Vanzel's like, I'm guessing you're not actually visitors, but more something like intruders, perhaps. Should I keep my mouth shut?
You know, in fairness, we probably are, but you know, we Do you need help getting out? If would you fight with us if we let you go?
Fight? Oh goodness. Well, if I had a weapon and I had any form of way to escape, I would certainly be in your debt. Let's put it this way. But
You know what? I will take it. And I'm going to. Let's
bit of a
see.
predicament though. That lock is, well, it's looking a little bit less rusty, I should say.
Yes.
What's the opposite of rusty?
Oily.
Excellent. Now, that
Okay,
oil definitely did
I'm gonna
something.
I'm gonna use Sir Talivar's blade, which is a +1 attack, and I'm gonna attack the lock directly. Go. This may or may not work. We'll try this. And I think when I use it, I get a response to a query using augury.
You can use it in place of an attack. Well,
Oh,
it's
in
like
place of an attack,
casting the spell.
not in
It's like
addition to an
casting-
attack.
It's like casting the spell augury.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
normally it's like one or the other. You're either attacking with it or you're using it.
Oh, okay.
It's a
Well,
question.
I'm just gonna use it as a weapon then.
Okay.
Let's see how this goes. 21 on the lock.
Wow.
Okay.
Good job.
Let me just check.
It seems
Tackle
appropriate
lock.
to use this weapon for our dear friend.
Mm.
Mhm.
So it doesn't have a HP by the looks, but there's nothing stopping you from attacking it. It's not magical, whereas your weapon is, and it definitely could. You could probably damage a lock. Whether it would slice straight through it is a different question. But you rolled 7 damage, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So I'll say what you have done then is you've busted the lock, but it's not fully detached. You've definitely made headway in like chipping
Okay.
the metal,
Yeah.
but you'd probably need another hit to fully destroy it.
Okay. Well, I'm in no hurry to go back into that room, so
Okay.
I'm just gonna stay out here and hang out with this guy.
All right. What it does do is it does make a loud rattling noise. The cage it's held by those chains and sort of swings a little bit. Just also the impact of the strike. April's obviously jumped hidden away. Same with Nox, and I'm just gonna have her fully hide this time and use a stealth check with April as well.
She's like, quick, quick! Bavlorna's not going to be happy. Let's just hide.
And she jumps into a barrel. Just gonna quickly give her a stealth check. And Nox as well. She's still holding onto the cat too. Because why not? Well, she's hiding as best she can, but she can't quite fit into the barrel like April can. Her head is still sort of sticking out. Okay. Morgott, on the other hand, is still upstairs. Tarquin, so are you. Is there something you'd like to try?
I'm really curious what this seemingly ball of electricity is.
Oh, that is the Will-O-Wisp, but
Oh.
I just couldn't decide on which token to use. Yeah, I'll just use that one.
Okay, then Tarquin will just sort
put
of
him
move
above, yeah.
past the Will-O-Wisp, and he's going to move over to this chest of drawers. See if there's any reaction from his tuning fork.
None.
Are there any locks or anything on this chest of drawers?
On the shelving, let me check. No, there isn't.
He'll have a look inside, see if there's anything.
Okay then. So, inside you find folded dresses and other garments, and doesn't seem like there's any keys or trinkets or anything. It's mostly just clothing, but it's like they've been adjusted. You can see some of the arms have been opened up much larger. You can see the neck line has also been opened and enlarged and stitched back. All of the garments are discolored as well from age and neglect, and they kind of stink of wear, a bit like stagnant water.
He stares at them for a moment, slowly closes the drawer, and then he'll just go and stand by the door and have a... He wants to have a look at the lock and not necessarily try to like pick or anything. He just wants to see what sort of lock code is on the door and things.
Okay, what kind of lock it is? It is a more intricate lock than the ones you've seen up to this point. It's not a rusty one. It looks quite well maintained, and it probably looks a bit more higher security, right? It doesn't look like an easy tumbler, single tumbler. It looks like it probably has like 4 or 5 tumblers.
He takes a deep breath and is just like, well, let's give it a shot, and he'll try to use the thief's tools, I guess, to try to unlock it.
You can do so. Good luck. It's a thieves' tools check or sleight of hand.
Yeah, just roll sleight of hand. Actually, I'm proficient at sleight of hand. I'm not proficient in the thieves' tools, so it'd have to be.
My God, that's actually you're literally hitting it on the head. DC 20. That is incredible. Well played. You have just done it. One by one. It's a little daunting knowing that you can hear Bavlorna's voice just below, but it's perhaps that notion that fuels your determination, knowing that you're so close, and yet something is lurking behind you.
Plus, I've got a great light source at the moment.
Yes, noting that the will-o'-wisp has actually hovered directly above you and gives you a clean line of sight to the lock, and you do find every tumbler and unpick it, but the will-o'-wisp seems to change color at the sight of that, perhaps going maybe red, then blue, then red, then blue, almost like it's setting off like an alarm. And well, that's all your action to do that for sure. And you can easily open up the door as a result of that.
And I sort of consider this. I'm out of movement. I'm just like,
It's a musty room. Looks like a miser's attic or a hoarder's attic.
Okay.
Lying in tall heaps are discarded blankets, quilts, cushions, and clothing of all shapes and sizes. Not to mention musical instruments, toys, dolls, jewelry boxes, flower vases, child-sized caskets, and broken furniture. Among these heaps of junk are a few oddities, including a stag skull hanging on one wall, a white porcelain jar with chicken legs standing on a table, a fancy helmet placed on the faceless head of a wooden mannequin, and finally there is a 5-foot-long bronze statue of a giant frog sitting in the corner, just sort of squat there, and its mouth is agape and filled with this sort of impenetrable darkness. Even the will-o'-wisp's illumination doesn't shed any light inside of it. And there's also just a weak croaking sound as you've opened up the door that calls your attention to a shriveled figure lying on the floor that lets out its final gasp before dying.
Tarquin sort of looks at that, looks at the will-o'-wisp, and is like, "Yep, seen all I need to see."
Okay, the will-o'-wisp is flashing red and blue. You can see it sort of bobbing up and down, and perhaps even spinning away, and it's gonna head down the stairs.
Oh bollocks!
Yep. Bavlorna's turn. She marches into the room. And finally, Tanwen, and Tanwen alone gets to lay eyes on her. So, This figure is a toad-like creature. She has bulging eyes and cracked skin. She is clad in a shapeless garment and sits kind of squat as well, not like walking on two legs. She kind of like walks on all fours almost. Her limbs are like abnormally long and gangly and spindly, and she looks around the room. Her eyes meet yours, Tanwen, and her mouth goes agape, and you see flies flitter in and out. And she looks at you and says,
I assume you're the one my little lordlings have been nattering on about. You're the intruder, thief, and vandal. Yes? Not really adhering to the laws of hospitality, are we?
I am looking for what you stole from me and my friends. You broke the laws of hospitality first by daring to steal from us at the Witchlight Carnival, then taking what we love the most over here into the Fey world and forcing us to chase. So if anybody's broken the law of hospitality, it is you. If anybody is a vandal, it is you. You have forced all of this to happen. We would have happily stayed home had you not have done all the wickedness you have done.
I think you're getting confused with the law of ownership, but I'll let that slide. You seem to be rather worked up.
I am. I am been traveling for days with my faithful companions, and we have seen so much injustice in this land and so much horror that has been brought upon the peoples here because of your actions. I have seen children that were kept from their families in the most arduous conditions. I have witnessed pool after pond after river that's befouled. I have seen people forced to do things against their will just to try to curry favor with you to survive a few minutes longer. And I do know I'm about to die horribly, but I figure I might as well get my villain speech in if I'm going to die horribly.
she rolls her eyes and says,
Are you quite done?
I will not be done until justice has been brought back to this land, until
Oh,
these people are freed, until this land is once restored to the beauty that it was and will be again.
you sound more self-righteous than Valor's call, and we already dealt with those.
I am not some trifling thing to be dealt with. I have friends. And no matter what you do to me, even if you kill me, my friends will avenge me. And they will bring justice to the land of hither.
Oh my. Well, that is quite admirable. Honestly, I'm touched, moved.
and you see as she does move, you hear a cracking of her skin.
But I have far more important issues to deal with than pesky adventures. Like my pool that's all clogged up. I'd rather have a bath than deal with you in a bloody manner. So how about this? I'm happy to give you whatever it is we stole. I really have no great attachment to it. It's something that I organized with Mr. Witch and Mr. Light. If anyone is to blame, it is them. And in return, perhaps you just simply do a little favor for me. I don't
I
need to get my hands dirty today. I've had enough. I've had enough with what the bullywugs have already made a mess of.
I agree to nothing, but I am listening to everything.
Excellent. Well, then let's see. First, why don't you tell your friends to come down from my bedroom? Whatever ones are hiding in the closet, and any other people hiding under floorboards or in barrels. I don't care where you are. Just make yourselves known and meet me in here.
And she actually turns around, completely nonchalant. When you're ready to perhaps face your death, Tanwen, face to face with this hag, you expect some sort of horrible greenish energy to hit your body any moment, but she really doesn't seem to care much, and she lazily drags herself away from this room and back into the other room.
Okay, I'm gonna sink to the floor and put my head between my knees and breathe for a minute because I really thought I was about to die.
Oh, the adrenaline just leaves your body at once.
Bloody Toes puts her hand on your shoulder and says,
I told you she was lazy.
Okay, I'm just
Too
need
lazy
to
to
do,
even kill you.
I just need to do yoga for a minute. I forgot the name of this position, but I stretched my hands out in front of me. I'm just gonna breathe for a second.
all right. So, Xaxx, you hear a lawnling trying to rattle the door handle of this door, and you hear the voice.
You heard the lady. Come out.
Is it my turn?
We're gonna say yes, but it's up to you if you want to stay in combat. Can do. These lawnlings are trying to get in the door though. Like,
Yeah, there you
I'll
are.
open the door and poke my head out and just take a look and
Gonna come quietly? Or do we have to do this the hard way?
they pull out little daggers.
Oh,
I
take your
saw what
chance.
one of you did with this. I
Oh.
will. I'll go quietly.
That's what I like to hear.
And Tanwen, are you okay?
No, no, I just talked to Bavlorna and I'm still alive. I am so surprised by that.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, I
is that
didn't know that you were still in the room, or else I wouldn't have closed the door on you. I'm sorry about that.
no, 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 no. It worked out for the best. And had that Longlean have actually tried anything, I would have just stabbed it in the back. So, I mean, it was stupid enough to back right up to my hands that were outstretched. I mean, really. So, we need to find everybody else. I would really like to have everybody with me if we're gonna go talk to Bavlorna again.
Yeah,
Maybe you and
I think the other ones they're going to find our friends, so we'll leave it to them.
Found ya.
um,
Found another one.
And you hear them in the distillery.
so
I don't find April though. They do find Nox, and she's getting escorted out.
what did you find in that room over there?
I show her the beating heart.
Oh wow. Okay, put it away. Yeah. I have a sack in my backpack. Do you need a larger sack to put it in?
I was thinking the portable hole, but it's
Well, I
yeah.
mean to wrap it
So
up.
I'm
Stay
gonna
away.
say that I'm gonna say this psychically so that they can't be overheard. I was
Okay.
thinking about putting in the portable hole so that it's not on this plane of existence.
Okay, I agree. Um, is it going to be okay in that pouch? Do we need to wrap it up anymore? Does it?
I think it's gonna be okay in the pouch for now, but I like to find out wherever. I don't know where Rodolfo went because Rodolfo has the hole.
Rodolfo went out down those stairs, so they may be on the stairs down there, or they may be out with the
It's
prisoner.
this way, this one, or
Yeah,
this one.
Don't please, it has the wasps. It is it's
Okay,
the
we'll go with
first
this one.
one you pointed out. Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh, hi, Rodolfo, you don't look so good.
No, the snake was bad. It's okay. Can we help this gentleman out? And actually,
Yes.
can I?
And
Do I
As
have
can
enough
you
time to try another blow on the low?
well, the Lawnlings on their turn would all split up, and with their 240 movement, they practically catch up and find everyone. But one of them stops you before you go to strike again, and they say,
Hey, wouldn't do that if I were you. You've been given a chance. I would take it if I were you. You know,
I'm just gonna. I'm gonna. Okay, but while we're downstairs, I'll take care of some stuff for everybody. Okay.
all right.
Rodolfo, why don't you come down? I need a few minutes, but I don't think they're gonna give it to us right now. So we'll.
Okay. We'll come back for you, friend.
And I'm gonna give
Sorry.
Rodolfo a good berry.
"Okay, you can do
Oh,
so."
thank
Tarquin's
you.
gonna look at the lawnlings that come up and just be like, "Oh, hi. Did you know one of your friends was dying in here? I heard like their breathing, so I opened the door to see what it was, and yeah, someone's dead in there."
They seem to raise their eyebrows and the eyes go wide, but then they kind of croak.
all right. But first, get your butts downstairs.
Oh, I was about to head downstairs. I only came up because I thought I heard a weird croaking, and then I thought I'd check that out, and then, gasps of death and stuff. But anyway, one, two,
Get this
three.
door open. What the?
I'm going to end combat, as it seems most of you guys are going to do that.
So,
Are we sure this is a good idea?
I'm not sure, but I've got your back, Rodolfo. And did you heal yourself for a hit point?
I did. Yeah.
Okay, good.
oh, hi.
Thank
You
you.
must be Bavlorna.
She
Okay.
turns around, and as everyone else is entering into the room, I'll show you the artwork for her. It's about time. You see, before you is the same figure I described earlier: cracked skin, long spindly arms, and this weird mismatched garment that sort of stretches over her back. She's sitting squat on top of her chair. She's like not sitting in it, but like squat in this large chair. And here you go. This is Bavlorna Blightstraw. All her little lawnlings also kind of hop up onto her lap, onto her shoulders, and
Are they
they
really
seem to be
that
all hiding
small?
around her. They are that small, correct? Yes.
Wow.
They are
They're a lot
tiny.
smaller than I thought. Yeah.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
as they all
now
kind
that
of
I'm
gather
looking
around,
at that art, are they
Mhm.
actually like perched on bits of her in the art?
that's it.
Are they
You can see
fake?
them. Yep, perched on the shoulders, on her back, in one on her lap.
Tarquin just takes a seat opposite Bavlorna and goes, "So, nice to finally meet you. Well,
As soon as everybody's in the room, I'm gonna start doing a ritual cast prayer of healing.
She looks over towards you, and in a paranoid bark, she says,
You. No spell casting.
I'm just trying to make everybody feel good.
Yes, well. I don't trust you. You've already caused enough damage as it is.
but she recognizes the spell and says,
You can heal your little wounds if it makes you feel safer.
Okay, I'm gonna begin casting it. It takes 10 minutes, so
mhm.
So,
that's what I'll be focusing on for now.
let's see where to begin. You know what? It'll be easier if I just immediately know what happened.
And she picks up one of the nearby lawnlings, the one that's been basically following you this entire time, and says,
And besides, all of this running around has built up quite an appetite.
the lawnling squeals and squeaks in terror as she opens up her jaws wider and lifts the Lordling up into the air. The other ones look
Oh.
wide-eyed and like shocked, but they remain frozen, petrified in fear.
Oh
She
no.
drops the Lordling into her mouth and swallows it whole with a big gulping noise.
Tarquin just tries to keep his composure and just raises an eyebrow quizzically and sort of looks at the other Lordlings.
They are shaking and petrified, but they don't dare move. Her eyes close for a moment, and you hear her neck twist and crack the skin, and suddenly there's a sort of flash of recognition in her eyes as she opens them again and looks around the room and says,
I see. So you broke the mirror.
she looks at you, Xaxx. Oh, sorry, at you, Tarquin.
You destroyed my cape. In fact, you're wearing it right now.
To be
Looks good on
fair,
you.
I wanted to try it on and then it stole my hat. So I feel, rule of reciprocity. It stole from me, I stole its life. You can have it back. I just was wearing it because I've not had a cape for a while, I thought it looked...
She stretches out her hand, and her arm reaches from her seat to yours, and does actually drag it off your back. And then she looks over to Xaxx.
And you killed snitches and stitches. That took a while to stitch back together. Not my most inspired creation, but I was bored.
I honestly thought it was amazing. I mean, double-ended snake. I mean, I'm not sure how the bathroom situation would work, but other than that, it was fantastic. Terrifying.
I'm focusing on the spell, but I'm going to look up and just try to shrug a little bit.
She looks around again at the more sheepish-looking members of the party and says,
And you, trying to break open my prisoners? Rodolfo, I hear your name is.
Yes, quite. Well, he says he didn't do anything, so the rules of justice where I come from says he has a chance to escape, and it's just business. I'm more concerned with the crimes that you have perpetrated against this world, from what we understand, but if you have a defense, I suppose it is only justice to hear this too.
I don't need to defend myself. Besides, it's far too long-winded.
She looks around and spots Nox.
No, we want to hear it. We want to hear why you think that despoiling an entire world and enslaving its peoples is justified. We want to hear it.
Enslaves? There are no slaves in...
You give them bad trades that they absolutely cannot escape from.
And everyone else, you have made it so unpleasant to be here that they have fled. You have made refugees of an entire population. What do you have to say for yourself? What kind of guardian are you?
This is, by right, my realm now.
By whose right? By what right? Tell us why you think this is your realm.
Because the current leader is clearly not around.
And
So
why
it
is she not around?
Tarquin
She looks
clears
towards
his
you.
throat and just raised a hand and just said, before we continue, perhaps your little Lorning friends could go get us a drink? I'm a bit thirsty, all this exploring. I do like your home, by the way. You've got the best bedroom in the house. I can clearly see that.
You've yet to earn my trust to earn yourself a drink.
Oh. Fair enough, I just thought I'd ask,
It's me that needs a drink, specifically an entire bath. But
She
Drink
cracks
your
and
bath?
stretches again.
yes, my bath is broken. which is the real problem here. Not all this nonsense about the realm.
How did your bath break?
I believe it is clogged up.
Hmm.
You could make it up to me. After all, you have broken quite a number of things, doors, mirrors.
So, if we were to fix your bath, we'd be considered square in terms of the rules of hospitality and such.
Correct. I'd be opening to bargaining. You are after something, I can tell. You wouldn't have come here otherwise.
Well,
I've got
yes,
quite a speech.
I believe at least some items that belong to at least some of us reside here. Others belong with other members of your Hourglass Coven. So we're just hoping to get them back. And not just us, there's a few other people we've met who you've taken things from or turned into stuff. Elmer, who is currently in Ettercap. The little scarecrow wants his skull back. The elf wants his heart back. You know, there's a lot of people who have perhaps come out the worst for your bargains. Not necessarily that those bargains were unjust, but more just they've come out the worst for it, and we were hoping to balance the scales a little.
Well, here we have someone who can actually hold a conversation without insulting me. That's much more appropriate.
Well, as one ruler to another, I thought things would be that would be the appropriate way.
Ruler?
She suddenly, like, for the first time, actually flinches. Whereas before she's been so nonchalant and slow moving.
Yes. I mean,
What?
my title is perhaps not as grand as the ruler of Hither. Baroness of Hither? I mean, you're not quite a queen. What would be the right title for you? Is it just Hag of Hither? And not quite
We
sure.
are the hags, the Hourglass Coven. You may call me the Hag of Hither. It's quite a ring to it.
It kind of does. I like it. Right. So my title is one that was bestowed upon me by the gratitude of others and by two people you probably know quite well because I believe you've done bargains with them. They call me the Monarch of Witchlight.
She raises an eyebrow and seems to have her mouth agape. Flies go in and out again before she speaks.
The monarch. Not the leader, the ringleader. No, you're just the monarch.
Yes. Though you could say I am the dealer of the Carnival cards, perhaps.
And Mr. Witch and Mr. Light are still in charge. Yes.
For now.
Good. Then the pact remains.
Of course.
But now that I know I'm in the presence of royalty, we can definitely do bargaining, Your Majesty.
Excellent.
But first, I have some errands.
Yes.
If you do these, I will forgive you for the trespasses, the destruction of property, and then, and only then, will we discuss a trade for your lost item.
Mm-hmm. That seems suitable. Right. I would also like to say that whilst some of us may have trespassed against you, my young knight here, I believe, has paid their dues for any trespasses they may have against you in the past, so...
Oh, God. You. Enjoy a little balloon ride. I'm sure your friend had a safe landing. Just, please, don't harbor any bad feelings. It wasn't me that sent that air elemental after you. I assure you that.
Oh, that's what knocked it down. That makes more sense. Who did send it, if you don't mind me asking? Was it one of the others?
That would be one of my sisters.
I'm gonna guess the ruler of Tither?
No.
Ah, the ruler of the third one's Yon, right?
She nods.
That would be the lady of, like, moonlight and night time, right?
Ugh.
She rolls her eyes.
Whatever her titles are.
A title doesn't matter.
I've honestly forgotten most of your names apart from yourself because you are the one I'm dealing with at the moment, and they do not matter, as you say.
You hear the Lawnling on her shoulder speak up and says,
Hey, you remember Bavlorna Blightstraw, and you remember it well. Or else she'll gobble you up.
and there's just suddenly a hungry glance from Bavlorna towards her Lawnling, almost as if, how dare you speak out of turn.
Yeah,
And it just suddenly shooks.
pa-
It looks very shook.
perhaps whilst we discuss these errands, this would be a time for your lawnlings to go about some chores of their own.
No, I like a few of them in close company. After all, there's quite a lot of you.
True, but do you really think we are a match for one such as yourself?
I don't take chances.
Now, that's where you and I differ. And he just sort of pulls, like, just a random card out of his pocket. I'm more of a gambler.
She looks around the rest of the room, sort of gauging your expressions. At this point, Xaxx, your ritual would have completed, and you can heal whoever you wish.
So myself, it's up to 6 creatures of my choice. So obviously, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep. One,
I
two,
don't
three,
need
4,
healing.
5,
I'm
6.
fine.
Tarquin, Morgott, Rodolfo, Nox, myself, and Tanwen, even though she doesn't need it, gets 15 points of healing.
Okay. You can divvy.
Is that
Yeah,
divvy
nice.
between us, or is that all?
Sorry, yeah, no, everyone
Well,
gets that, right?
It's each of you gets 15 points of healing.
Damn, that's a really good roll for that.
Thank you, Xaxx. I feel much better.
I needed 4, so I'm quite happy with that. Nox, that would put Nox to full.
In the meantime, I have some investigating to do. You say you found this upstairs, Tarquin?
Yes.
And she picks up the dead Lawnling.
Yes, I heard a strange croaking to...
And we're back. So, after having just been shooed away by Bavlorna, she's given you a chore to do before she decides to make any bargain with you or trade. Telling you that her little bath needs unclogging. Doing this will make you square in terms of the rules of hospitality. Well, perhaps. She said she had multiple chores for you. This one maybe is just for one of the rules. Anyway,
Tarquin,
yeah,
are
go
we
ahead.
sure that this isn't going to bind us to her somehow? I mean, so many people have gotten so many bad bargains.
I
Mm,
agree. I'm not sure we should be. I don't feel comfortable doing favors or making arrangements with this person.
Tarquin looks to Xaxx for a moment and just sort of indicates the psychic link, because with the Lawnlands everywhere, we're probably being spied on, so he'll explain to Xaxx, and then Xaxx can telepathically communicate with the others.
Um,
But essentially, well, she does have us on a couple of points. Firstly, we have broken some of the rules, and considering we've broken some of the rules, trying to fix that a little bit is good. Plus, those lawnlings are quite troublesome, so I'd like her to at least trust us a little bit before we try to carry out the actual plan. So if we can get her to trust us enough to leave us alone, or at least more alone, then we can try to bring her down. But it seemed, at least whilst we weren't all at full fighting strength, a bit unwise to provoke her initially.
are we going to provoke her?
Oh, we're gonna deal with her one way or another, but we, when the clock reverses, it'll undo her curses, I suppose. But for now, in order to turn Widdershins, we need to get to the position of bargains. So let's see if we can at least work out what's clogging this bath.
All right. I'm gonna jump in the
Right.
water.
Okay.
Tarquin
Xaxx,
does
this
not.
water has become incredibly stagnant as it hasn't been flushed out or new water hasn't been pumped in. In any case, it stinks, it's rancid, and there's bits of scum floating around on the top. It's very murky.
Ugh. I do not like it. Okay.
I
I'll
have a
go to the.
mending spell. I can help you if there is a simple thing that can be fixed with a simple spell. Maybe that can help.
Well, let me see
These-
if I can find where the thing is. I'm gonna dive down and
Okay.
see.
So,
Nox, can you purify the water like you did in the Dragon's Den so Xaxx can at least see what he's doing?
sorry, was you asking Nox?
Yeah.
Okay, let
I
me
know
just
y'all
check.
are playing her. So
Yeah,
she
let's see.
she did purify
Taken.
food and water at the Dragon's Den.
Okay.
So I was thinking
She'll let you know. Unfortunately, I haven't prepared that spell. So,
oh, okay.
I
It
could.
was just an idea. I was just hoping to clean it up around him enough he could see what he was doing.
Hmm. Not today, I'm afraid. If we waited a whole day, then I could do it. I've
Okay.
got enhanced ability though, so I could help someone with a really difficult task if it comes to that. But what do you see down there, Xaxx? So the
Tell you.
pool. You see down at the bottom of the pool, there is that cylindrical well that is still water. You don't feel any current coming from it. It's clear that the supply has stopped, and the let's see. You can see down into the faulty well, but it is very, very dark. Well, you've got you've got super dark vision, so that's not a problem. But it is still so murky that it's not possible to see all the way down to the bottom, right?
I'm gonna swim down.
Okay. You begin to swim down, and it's at this point, Xaxx, you start to feel a mild tingling to your scales. Probably the others wouldn't. They'd probably feel it like a bit earlier, but because your scales are quite protective, you didn't feel it until you're like down now inside the well. But there's definitely something that's like, it's kind of like making your skin a bit itchy, tingling, especially maybe around the eyes. You can feel a slight
Oh
burning
no.
to your eyes,
Is
and
it the rot thing? Oh, it's that.
you're not sure. It's just uncomfortable at the moment. It's not like you're dying or anything, but you're definitely uncomfortable at this point, and you can swim down further. But as you're doing that, do you want to give me a nature check to ascertain something that might have caused this effect?
Nature.
Yeah, you think it might be the rot at first, like you encountered in the O wells, and so you're kind of getting that into your head and realizing maybe you don't want to stay in here too long. Um, But as you're swimming down and thinking this over, it's suddenly at this point when you swim into something and you can't see what it is because there's nothing in front of you. Is your dark vision is sort of adjusted to the low light. You can see further down the well, but you've hit into something in the well, and it's sort of it's hard to describe, but it's like you can't swim through it. It's like it's solid water and your arms
Like
are like pushing through it, like
like ice?
no, never, definitely not ice. Because as soon as you push your hand in and try to like push through it, you feel not cold but burning. It is immediately that 10 times worse than the tingling you felt before. It sizzles on your scales. It burns between each tiny little crack of skin. And I'm afraid I need everyone to roll initiative.
Uh,
As that
Uh-oh.
what?
you just
Oh
swam into
no.
something real bad.
Oh no. I think I might know what it
Mm-hmm.
is, and I don't like it.
Damn.
I think I know what it is too, and I don't, I don't like it either.
Uh-oh.
But I rolled a 4. I rolled a 3, sorry, so
Okay,
I rolled a 2.
this could get messy. Oh god. All right, so let me roll this. Let me roll more. God, oh god, it's gonna be worse than I thought. All right. First of all, Xaxx, you swam straight into this, and you are immediately taking. Let's see. Mm-mm-mm.
So you know that healing you did? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm afraid so. Okay. Okay. Okay, so the start of it'll be on the start of your turn is when it happens.
Okay.
This sadly though, because it was completely invisible, it also has a surprise round. So it's like it's at this point, Xaxx, in the turn order when you take this acid damage, which is 3d6. Ooh. You take 11 points of acid damage as this thing begins to digest you. Even past your scales, you feel an incredible, intense burning.
okay.
And then
I would have been almost dead. I would have been dead, I think, if yeah. I think I'm gonna be dead anyway, so yeah. Okay.
Zax, can you at least send out a psychic message warning Tarquin, or because you were just talking to him?
Yeah, you could do that on your turn if you wanted. You're surprised, so you can't take actions, but you can still talk.
I need to be able to see them.
Oh, okay. All right. In that case, All right. At this
Right.
point,
I got a backup character ready.
okay. At this point, then its turn, and it is going to move up. You're already engulfed in it. You can feel completely surrounded as it begins to push up through the well, and it kind of basically encompasses you, because before it's just your arms. Now it's just sort of engulfing and pushing up and up and up, and everyone sees Xaxx get effectively pushed to the top of the well, and you see a bubbling and displacement of water, and something in the water has got Xaxx trapped. You can see he's not like floating away from it. Whatever this is, it's got him held, and you can see him trying to push through it. It's like he's stuck in some sort of gelatin, and that is its movement. Okay. All right. So back to the top of the round now. Nox is actually up first. They see Xaxx. They see there is something in the water that's like shot up and is engulfing him. What does Nox want to do? Let's see.
See, I have an idea based on how I've seen them use it before.
Mm-hmm.
Which was my thought was to try to Thorn Whip Xaxx to pull him out of whatever it is.
Okay, they can attempt this. It'd be non-lethal. I'll allow just basically if you can hit. Xaxx is quite hard to hit, but you're not really aiming to get past his armor.
Yeah. Wrap around him,
but well, even with that, that's still plenty to hit.
The damage, so
that's right. I've undone it. Yeah. Xaxx, you feel a whipping through the liquid, and something is impacted with a wet slap sound. And as it's pierced through the gelatin, it's wrapped around you, and you see immediately what's happened. Nox has grabbed onto you and has yanked you 10 feet out. That might have just saved your life.
Probably did.
Because it's forced movement, it's not going to get an attack of opportunity either. Is it 5? Is it 10 feet? Correct? Yeah. Yeah, it is. Okay, cool. So you're there, and you are kind of like prone, but I mean you're in the water anyway. So, immediately, Xaxx, you feel that acid wash away from you. Still a bit tingling, obviously, still burning, but the cleaner water is definitely evident as you've been yanked out of it. Okay, nice, well played there, Nox. Morgul. What is it? What is that thing? Xaxx looks like he's in trouble. Should I jump in? I've only got my...
Maybe don't jump in. Maybe can you hit it from here?
I only have my glaive. I do not have a ranged weapon.
If you can get round to me, you can borrow a dart. If you know how to use a dart.
I do not, but Tanwen, may I borrow a dagger?
Yes, here you may certainly borrow a dagger.
Okay, she just takes one off of your belt and tries to huck it into the water as hard as she can, just hoping that maybe there's something in there that she can hit. I'm just gonna roll the glaive, but it won't be damage. It'll just be a d4. Yeah, she definitely hits it. Okay, cool.
Good shot.
I'm gonna undo the damage and then do 1d4 plus strength. Yeah, let's go with strength.
Can we see this thing, or is it invisible?
Okay, it's at this point, probably when it's struck, that you see the creature shudder and wobble, and as it's rippling, there is a shape that you begin to make out, because it actually burns away most of the muck on the top of the water, and it creates a perfectly circular shape on the top of the water. It is a gelatinous cylinder. Xaxx, you're up.
All right. No time
Xaxx,
like
get out
the
of
present.
the water.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'll do that in a second. I'm a little annoyed with this thing though. So first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna target it. And then I'm going to cast oh, it hits. I'm gonna cast Guiding Bolt at it for 19 points of radiant damage.
Cool.
And then I will use my movement to 10. Oh wait, what's that? 5, 10 to get up here.
Okay.
And then I am going to.
It is going to get an attack of opportunity if you do that. So it's
Is
got
it?
one more. It's got
Is
this
that like a 10-foot range?
long. It's got a long pseudopod, and this creature is quite big.
Oh, I don't know that. So
okay, all right. It will try to hit you, but good luck if you can bring up your armor in time. Oh no! Oh lord!
I'm out. I'm down.
Okay. Then, as Xaxx tries to swim out of the water, this thing kind of spreads out, and you see its cylindrical form whip out into a pseudopod-like action, and just wraps around him and tries to yank him back in. It knocks him out cleanly. Tarquin, you're up.
Okay, I shall take that advantage to my advantage as I throw a dart at it.
Okay. Definitely a hit. The creature, it probably goes straight through, almost cleaving a hole through the cylinder and landing on the other side.
Then it's unfortunate that this water is actually deep because Tarquin would be more likely to rush in. But he would not, so he will throw an offhand dart at it. Wow. Not much, but 10 damage in his turn. He can live with that.
Okay. It spreads out even further and sort of flops over, and it goes flat. So the cylinder is like flowing towards you now, basically. It engulfs Xaxx once again, and
Oh, that's not good.
but he's just sort of moving through you. It's not necessarily like whipping out to grab you, but you are just, as you're in the way, sort of just pulled back into it. Okay. Let me see. Okay, it's going to try and stretch up towards Tarquin and Nox here. And I need both Tarquin and Nox to give me dexterity saving throws. You definitely see it coming towards you as it's flopping out of the water. So
Okay.
I'll
There
roll
is mine.
Nox's. Nox doesn't fare so well. She is engulfed, whereas you are shoved to the side, and this thing lands on top of Nox, still with Xaxx inside. Or you can be pushed back, Tarquin, if you want. It's up to you. You can be pushed aside
Yeah,
or up.
side works. Either way works.
Yeah, sure. Okay. On a failed save, then I'm afraid Nox is taking 3d6 acid damage. Much lower roll. Nox gets burnt up for 8. Don't know why I rolled 2d6 then. 8 damage. Excuse me. She is restrained and can't breathe. Takes even more damage at the start of her turn. So now the one who was getting Xaxx out is in trouble herself. Rodolfo, you're up.
Okay. I don't know what to do to help. Let's God, I don't know what to do. Okay. I'm going to target the thing, and let's try a crossbow bolt at it.
Yep.
13 to hit.
Very hard to miss this
7
thing.
Yep.
You hit it, and it again shudders, and there's a ripple across the whole thing. It looks like it continues to shudder and ripple as well, almost like it's holding its form together as best it can, but there's bits of it that are sort of slopping away.
Okay. I'm gonna try and lure it away from the pool. I'm gonna yell out and like, come after me, you bastard, if you think you're tough enough. And I'm gonna run up the stairs.
Okay.
Alright, well, in the stairwell anyway. Not actually
Okay.
up the stairs.
Tanwen's up.
Okay. Can I shoot it and not hit Xaxx or Nox? That's my worry right now. I don't know how big it is. Okay.
It's a large enough creature that you could aim for a portion of it where they're not floating inside.
All right, then I'm first going to try to shoot it with my longbow. Oh my God!
Hey, I just want to remind you, you have got lucky.
I am definitely going to use lucky. Oh, wow.
That probably would hit one of your allies.
Yeah, let me try this again.
That's much better. It's still a hit, don't worry. The dragonfly zooms after the bolt, which looks like it was going straight towards Xaxx's head, and flies onto it and redirects it with its wings. And the bolt instead hits a portion of the gelatinous cylinder on its side, and again it shudders. It's looking like it's falling apart, but it needs a bit more damage.
How do I use my swarm? I'm supposed to get, I think
So,
it's 1d4 extra damage, or 1d6,
well,
is it?
When you hit, you can choose to do one of three things. You can move yourself away from the target 5 feet, not really useful here, or you can do an extra d6, or is it I think it's d6 piercing damage.
Yeah, d6.
Okay.
Just extra damage on top. Or the last thing you can do is actually you can force it to make a strength save, and you can move the creature 15 feet.
Oh no, I don't want to move it on top of Tarquin or Rodolfo. So how do I
You could move it in any horizontal plane, by the way. So you could move it sideways, up, sideways, left, right. You know what I mean. But it's up to you. If you want to do extra damage, that's fine as well.
I would like
If you were to move it backward, would it like do damage by slamming against the wall?
Not unless something hazardous was on the wall. Like if the wall was lava, you know, that would definitely do damage.
So how do I do that? Do I just roll an extra d6, or how do I
you can roll a d6 that way. We can also set it up so that when you click it, it will just roll a d6 and it will add it. In fact, you could try doing that right now. If you try and click the feature on it.
Okay.
Yeah, and then as long as you've still got it targeted, it might just roll the damage and add it to it. It did. It worked. It also made it roll a strength save, but we've chosen to do damage in this case, so we won't worry about that. Ooh, right. There we go. So yeah, you did an extra 3 points of damage, and at this point, the dragonflies have been like lifting things around and moving them, but it's as you're firing this bolt, and it sinks in. It's when you see a small formation of wasps fly in and they stab with their little stingers into the gelatinous cube.
Well, where did they come from?
They came out from here.
That is interesting. Oh, go wasps! Good job. Good job. Great job, wasps.
They sort of fly in, and then they sort of hover nearby, ready to sort of assist you again. But yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate the assistance.
All right, now it's my turn. Morgoth's. Oh wait, Nox should be up first, actually. Okay, right.
So I believe Nox takes damage on their turn, or does it take damage at the beginning of the cube's turn?
So when I engulf a creature, they take 3d6, and they're restrained. And then at the start of their turn, they take a lot of damage. A lot of damage. Yeah. We're going to roll another 3d6. Here it comes. Okay, 8 points. She's being slowly melted away, but she's alive. What does she want to do?
Okay, inside this thing...
It seems like a lot of this creature has been slightly diluted with it being in water.
Actually,
Maybe the only saving grace.
okay.
She needs to heal
They're
Xaxx.
going to use their bonus action.
Yeah.
I realize Xaxx is unconscious,
Yeah.
but would you consider him in this case be able to be a target as something that targets a willing creature?
Oh, I see. You want to use your face step?
Yeah.
I don't see any reason why they wouldn't want to be willing. I'll allow it, yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to use the face step to teleport Xaxx out 30 feet, so put him like over near Tanwen.
Their soul is willing.
Yeah.
Is Nox staying in the cube?
And then as for their action...
They can attempt to get out as an action.
The thing is, with their strength, I'm not sure they're going to succeed. So what I'm going to do for this turn, for survivability, is wild shape.
Oh. Yeah, that works.
And...
Something with lots of HP, like a wolf.
weirdly, the thing they can turn into that has the most HP and just seems...
Hyena?
strangely fitting considering they're in here. A giant lizard.
Okay.
It
Oh my
seems-
lord, yeah, okay.
It seems
So the
fitting
fire-
for the theme.
Yeah, alright. So Nox swiftly transforms into this giant creature, which you can see the tail end of it and maybe a claw sticking out of different sides of the cylinder, giving it a much needed buffer to stop it from melting away.
Yeah.
Morgul then runs in and tries to stab it up with its with the glaive. Yeah, go. She's flanking it as well. Not that that's gonna matter because this thing is so hard to miss. Right, that cutting straight through it, but it's not enough to bring the creature down. It's just she's just slicing off sections and sections of it. Xaxx, you are unconscious, I'm afraid, but you're not being melted alive at the very least. Tarquin,
Do I have to do
You can
death
make-
save?
yep, make a death save. If you get nat 20, then go ahead, you're back up.
Okay,
Okay, 6.
so Tarquin sort of looks at this thing,
Mm-hmm.
considers what he has, and then is going to coat his fist in that lightning and hope that that protects him from his acid as he tries to punch it.
Okay. That's a hit.
Yep.
This lightning streaks up it again because it's so diluted with water. It probably conducts it very well, and you see it streaking through the creature, possibly ready to fall down. Is
Do
it
I want to risk it? Do
anything
I want
else?
to risk it? I've got 3 key. Yep, so I'm going to use my bonus action to flurry of blows.
All right.
Spending the key.
Natural 20. Oh man.
What?
Oh. Punch it so hard you literally punch a hole through it, which explodes outwards. And then the second punch. How do you
Yeah.
want to finish that?
I like to think so. He does that first hit, like, and it's like almost like dents it a bit. Then the second one bursts into it, like so he's right in the middle. And then the final one, he just literally just puts both fists in and just literally just tears it apart around them and just scatters the pieces everywhere. Just like the lightning just passes through it and just jello flies everywhere.
Very nice.
Great
Yes.
job, Tarquin.
And then
and with that, you
Tarquin's
hear
just
that-
face to face with a giant lizard, and he's just like, giant leafy lizard.
And with that victory, you hear a massive gurgling sound coming from the drain as perhaps the water begins to flow again.
I'm going to turn around and I'm going to shove 2 good berries into Xaxx's mouth
Mm-hmm.
and see if that will help at least a little.
It definitely does. You feel consciousness come back to you, Xaxx. Your whole body feels like it's on fire. You see your scales have perhaps been bleached, a slightly whiter tint. It's like a lighter purple.
There's something in the tube. Be careful if you go swimming down there.
Yeah, we found it. We absolutely found it. Xaxx, can you heal yourself now?
Yeah, I can heal myself. Is anybody else hurt though?
I'm
Not
not
if
sure
they
about
turn
not.
back, but
All right, I will get up. How do I want to get back.
it
Here
would
we go.
seem a waste of a wild shape for them to turn back immediately, so they might just chill as a giant lizard.
Yeah, they can do.
They seem
That
to
makes
like chilling in their wild shape form. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Oh, I thought you were
Well,
gonna then, Xaxx, but
Roll the 1. All right, well, yeah, maybe I should be a little more careful.
yeah. No, you found it. I mean, you carefully found the problem and helped us to unblock the drain. Is the water clear enough that Xaxx could possibly rinse the acid off of him?
yeah, sure, it's now
Oh,
flowing and cleaning out.
okay. I'll just do a quick bathe in the water.
Yeah. Also, I should mention now that there's that lily pad. It's a giant lily pad sort of sitting in the water right now as well.
Um,
Suddenly you hear a crate behind Rodolfo pop open, and a head looks around and goes,
Ah, good job. I'll give Bavlorna the good news.
and she suddenly rushes off.
What the?
Yeah, that's not surprising.
Yeah, I think we're always being watched down here.
Right.
Tarquin
Okay.
just sort of considers it, and he's just like, "Is that one of the ones that was with her earlier? Is that another one?"
I can't tell the difference, honestly. They all
I
look alike to me.
I
I
can't
was not
tell
able
either.
to get a look at. Um, does it seem strange to you that Bavlorna is so powerful and yet she could not do this problem on her own?
As
As we've been told, she's a little bit, and in your head you hear the word lazy.
I suppose she is concerned with the larger picture. I admit it is not
Yes, that
a
sounds right,
style
Rodolfo.
I'm used to myself, but I suppose, well, uh,
Um, do we do we need to do anything else? Do we need to pick up the mirror pieces? I guess her longlings could clean up the gelatinous cube and pick up the mirror pieces.
Is this mirror okay? I want to take a
That
look at
mirror
this
is
mirror.
fine. Yeah,
Is it
that
just
mirror's
a mirror? I'm gonna wave at it. Does it do anything weird?
this
okay.
this one I think has divination magic.
Correct.
Uh, but
Oh,
I did not figure out how it works.
it's a
Xaxx,
communication device or transportation device to talk with witch and light, I think.
it does reflect your
Oh,
normal reflections, Xaxx. Rodolfo tried a few command words on it, but none seemed to activate it.
Hmm.
I will try the word spittle spew.
Mm. It doesn't do anything, I'm afraid. But
Hmm.
Tarquin
I
will
will.
sort of walk over, but not actually go into the water, and it's just like, hither, hither, here and yon, show me the faces of witch and lights from beyond.
mm, Nothing seems to happen again.
I tried to rhyme. It was the closest I could get.
Seems very specific. Whatever. It
hither,
is.
thither, here and there, wander yonder, show me where.
No.
Mm,
That
no,
there's a
okay.
sort of a spark to the mirror, maybe like a slight glistening and twinkling, but it doesn't seem to activate it. It's almost like it acknowledges that, but it's not seemingly working from this side, perhaps.
It's
But
something close to that. There's got. I think
Or maybe it can only be
maybe.
used from the other side.
Well,
Maybe
we
it
just need
actually
the right words.
maybe it talks to the other hags and not to Witch and Light.
I'm sure it talks to the hags, but we just need the right words.
Um, Twinkle, twinkle, little mirror, show us somebody you think is dear.
no, sadly, no response from the mirror.
Okay, I'm gonna walk down and just look at the lily pad and see if this looks like one of her flying lily pads, because we do still need to get to thither if we ever get past this level. So, can I roll an insight check to see if I notice anything interesting?
Well, insight's more to do with like reading people, but you can
Oh,
um just
investigation
look.
or nature?
Yeah, you can do one of those, and
Okay.
I'll also tell certain someone.
Mm,
Hmm. It looks like a normal lily pad to you, but it wasn't here before, and something must have moved it. And you remember hearing about her floating on it.
right. Hey, Rodolfo, can you come take a look at this? I think this may be the lily pad she flew in on, but
Uh,
I can't tell for sure. And remind Nox in her form that she's not to eat the cat that's probably going to want to ride on her back now.
okay, Nox, don't eat the cat. Uh, it's definitely magical. There seems to be conjuration magic.
Okay.
Perhaps transmutation. The colors are shifting. So
Okay.
maybe it transforms into a flying thing if this is what she uses
You can roll an
Okay.
to get
Arcana
around.
check based on this. Probably not a high DC because it's a common spell that's maybe the
Okay.
equivalent of.
I don't know my spells.
Hmm.
Nope.
Arcana. You're not sure. Yeah, it definitely has that aura, like you mentioned, but you're not sure how it works or what it's
It's
like. Yeah.
it's definitely magical, but beyond that, unfortunately I'm very new to
Okay.
magic.
That's
I don't
fine. I
know if
just
we want to destroy it or just keep an eye on it to use later.
I think we should just keep an eye on it. So I don't want to owe her any more favors. So
Yes, yes, quite.
let's get through what we have to get through right now. But the
An
pool looks
excellent plan.
nicer.
Well, it is at least cleaner. Uh,
Mhm.
it still smells terrible, but maybe that will take time.
Yeah, her
This
little landlings or linlings or
long,
lunglings, whatever
no, yeah,
they can
Okay.
yeah.
clean it. That's what they're for. I'm not cleaning her pool. We got
No, we
the
were there to fix it, and this we have done.
yeah.
So,
All right.
uh, shall shall we report back?
I don't know. Let's go find Tarquin and Xaxx really quick.
Hmm.
So I think they're playing with the mirror.
We're trying all sorts
Uh,
of words, but nothing's sparking the magic, sadly.
yeah. Uh, Alakazam, Wallakazoo. Hey
Nothing.
there. Hey there, Scabatha. I like to talk to you.
No, nothing there.
Hmm.
What was the word that you used to the magic word for the fire? The
Oh, I
pot,
tried
the
that
wooden
one
thing?
already. It didn't work. Yeah, I tried that one
Uh,
already.
hmm.
How about this? Damn it, I am going to shoot you and break you in a million pieces if you don't work for Xaxx.
The mirror scorns you. No, it doesn't react in any shape
Ugh,
whatsoever.
knows I can't shoot it,
Mirror,
all right.
mirror in the pool. Let me use you as a tool.
Nope, nothing from that either.
Damn.
All right, well, let's at least go tell Bavlorna that we've solved her little pool problem.
Alright, one last one. Mirror, mirror in the bath. Show me the way via a hidden path.
There's just a very slight twinkling when you say the word bath, but not major amounts. You know, sort of just like a
All
maybe
right,
it's like a bit of light reflected in it, but
fine. Water everywhere and ne'er a drop to drink.
it doesn't seem like it gets any more sparkly from that. Probably just sits there, sitting completely inert.
All right, Xaxx, we're going to have to solve this mystery later. Let's finish up what we need to do with Bavlorna.
Okay. All right, we heading back up.
Yeah. Somebody
Alright.
tell Knox to come on and bring her pet cat.
The cat has actually remained upstairs, it seems, but
Oh, okay.
yeah, it's been in the room you guys were talking to her. But you guys can head back upstairs.
Okay. I'm just waiting for Xaxx and Tarquin to move, so
Scrub top.
I'm not climbing on top of them.
3 hags in the tub. I like that one as well. Okay. Alright, so you head back into Blightstraw's room, and it's as you do, you see she has definitely finished casting Detect Magic. She's holding and dangling this lawnling, the dead one, by its leg, and her eyes sort of narrow on it.
Oh, whoops! I wound up in the closet.
What?
I did not mean to do that.
Okay. That was the staircase I think you went up. Alright.
Yeah, I was just trying to stand in a corner.
So she's looking over this for a moment. She's like,
Necromancy.
and with that, she opens up her mouth and drops the launding inside and swallows it whole. And it disappears.
Necromancy?
Her eyes flash and her tongue sort of laps her lips. Suddenly her expression gets incredibly angry.
That little thief.
Who is she talking to? About?
I don't know.
Who's
The
doing
last.
necromancy?
The last thing my lawnling saw was a shadow.
A shadow? Well, like entity that's a shadow, or like like the way a normal person casts a shadow. Sorry,
Both.
both.
They are but one and the same. And there
What
is
did the
only
thief
one.
steal?
Oh shit! It's the bitch face. Yes. Sorry for my language. Just
No,
if it's the one that I do with the moon face thing. Yeah, I don't like her.
nor do I.
Oh, we're on the same page. You and me, Bavlorna, will take her down.
This is the work of my sister.
That's Moongrave?
Yes,
Edelyn? Yeah.
she's responsible.
And she was interfering with your land? That seems, well, problematic.
Something must have snuck in when I was occupied.
She looks around, gazing at all of you.
But none of you have this power.
The power
There's
to
most
sneak?
definitely Moongrave. It's her signature. And she stole something rather precious. I was quite
What did
fond
she
of her.
steal?
A skein of yarn. It is a not a normal yarn, however. It's a
Ooh.
well, it's hard to describe. Everyone sees it a different color.
What color do you see it as?
I see it as a midnight purple.
Does the color
Interesting.
mean something?
She
Is that rude? Is that a
happens,
rude question? I didn't.
happens to look in your direction, Xaxx, and sneers. But perhaps that's just a coincidence. She turns back to you and replies,
It's the color of whatever is most frustrating or annoying to you.
Oh yeah, I can be annoying. These folks deal with it all the time.
Yes,
So
it is the color of frustration.
what does this skein of yarn do? If we're to get it back, we need to make sure we get the right skein of yarn.
Well, it'll appear a different color to each one of you. So I suppose you'll definitely identify it via that.
Yes, but I mean, we don't want to handle it if it's dangerous. So what does this skein of yarn do?
It depends what you use it for. Yarn is but an ingredient, it can be weaved into many a thing. You see,
Okay.
it is not something that it does, but rather the person using it.
Okay. All right. Interesting. Well, I guess if we ever get out of here, we'll have to look for that. We'll add it to our to-do list. Tarquin, don't forget.
Well, this sounds like a perfect opportunity. You want something from me, and I want something back in return.
I'm going to defer any further conversation to my monarch and CEO, Tarquin.
Ah, yes.
Ah,
But first, I hear you unclogged the bath.
yes,
Well then, before we continue any conversation, if you will excuse me.
and you see her lazily get up. Her limbs crack and her skin is going taut. The lawnlings follow suit after her, and you can if as well if you'd like. But she just pushes her way past.
I mean, she said excuse her, so it would seem rude to follow.
The lawnlings
Yes.
say,
Yeah, she doesn't like to talk without her first having a bath.
How long does she normally have a bath for, just so I know how long I'm waiting?
She likes to. It's been a while, so she's probably going to soak for at least an hour.
Oh, that
Well,
sounds great.
Then we
'Cause
shall
we
we shall rest up here and wait.
yeah. Can we rest here, or maybe I want to go up? Can I sleep in the bed?
That is a guest room. Yes.
There's a
More
guest
than
room
happy.
Okay.
here.
"Yeah,
I'm
this
gonna
is what
go sleep in
this is what he's talking about, right?"
This one's
No,
not that one.
That's Bavlorna's.
There's
You get
one
down from
here.
there.
Oh, sorry. I'm trying to go back down.
Yeah, that's the way.
I'm gonna sit in the dining room if anyone
back
wants to join me.
Get that.
She puts back down again.
Tarquin, I'll follow you.
All right, you guys can get the benefits of a short rest whilst you're inside this room, and I guess because you've seen the whole
Tarquin, where'd you
place
go?
now.
I went
Revealed.
down into the room below. There's a door
Oh.
here.
Yeah.
I will
Um,
use my short rest to regain my 1 key point.
Yep, no problem. Go right ahead. And
That's literally the
yeah.
only thing I needed it for.
Nox will get back her wild shape.
I'm gonna do.
Yeah. So I will,
Roll
yeah,
that.
I guess,
and
return back to normal.
Sure, yeah, let's
Tarquin,
do that.
yeah.
I'm
While
gonna
you were,
lie with a snuggle beast and roll for
Good shout.
back up to full.
Yeah, I think Xaxx, that's a good use, and I think Nox is going to use all of the hit dice, get back to full as well. All right,
Tarquin, while you were
Morgort was also.
upstairs,
Mm-hmm.
did you see anything of interest? I know
Well,
we can't talk about much because we may be spied upon now.
well, I obviously, in order to try to rescue that poor lawnling, because I heard it struggling behind the door,
Right.
I had to open the door, and what I saw in there was a giant frog statue whose mouth was so dark the light from the will-o-wisp didn't penetrate it.
Wow.
Wait, sorry. It was the light didn't penetrate what? Sorry.
The frog's
Oh,
mouth.
I'm not in the wrong.
It was like a giant brass frog.
Interesting.
There was also
You know that's
some child-sized coffins.
That's
I don't know
disturbing.
about the coffins.
Also, Xaxx, you might notice in that room there's some petrified fairies in like glass things.
That's even more disturbing.
Yeah. What else
True.
was there?
In-
So there was a stag skull, which I believe belongs to our friend.
The Scarecrow Kid?
Yeah.
Okay.
Um.
Anything else in there? Any of our missing items, maybe?
I mean, maybe I didn't go fully in because honestly, considering our
You were
last
you were taking care of the poor creature.
exactly,
Yes.
and considering our last tangle with the frog statue, I didn't want to get too close.
Okay.
The white
Absolutely.
porcelain jar looked interesting, and I kind of think the helmet would look really good on Xaxx, but
But why is it caskets? And I don't. It is.
I
It is
mean,
a strange collection.
they're child-sized caskets, but they could be, I don't know, maybe they're used to store dead dolls, or maybe they're used for lawnlings when they die, and she doesn't want to eat them, or
Actually,
maybe
that is fair.
or
That is
maybe
fair.
like gnomes, bullywugs, you know.
You know what the frog's mouth sounds like, though?
What?
It reminds me of something that we have.
That's actually a good point. That would be a good place to hide something, wouldn't it?
It may be a extra dimensional space.
Yes.
Hmm.
What else? So obviously there was some toys, some dolls, some musical instruments, some jewelry boxes.
Dolls?
Yeah.
Huh. I would very much like to take a peek in there to see if
Yep.
Samantha's
We-
there.
We definitely need Rodolfo to go in and do a detect magic too.
Oh
in
yeah,
case there's
and I need to
anything.
go in there and just get near everything, and hopefully my tuning key should resonate. But first, of course, we've got to wait for Bavlorna to return so that we can speak to her and decide things. After all, and sort of looks at them for a moment, and come to an appropriate end to our time in Downfall.
So
Tarquin
I'm
once
not
again
sure
speaking
what.
in riddles, but
I'm not sure I am clear on the best way to negotiate without coming out at a disadvantage.
well,
Right.
We know she is very good at making arrangements.
yes.
So But who knows what she wants? Maybe she wants something
Well,
different.
clearly, what she's going to ask us, based on our most recent conversation, she's going to want us to go to Moongrave's place and recover the scheme. But that's obviously going to then deal with things there, so that might be a
That's
tricky
going to
thing.
be a rather extended trip. I don't think that's
Yes.
not as quick as clearing out the plug.
It would be, if I'm understanding these people correctly, my guess would be possibly Yon rather than Tither. Don't know why, I just get that feeling.
I think you mean Thither?
Thither? Whatever, Thither.
There.
Yep. Actually, where are you, Morgoth?
Oh, sorry, I was just on the other side of the table. You're not eating any of this stuff, are you? It is gross.
No.
There are flies buzzing all over it.
No, I just wanted
Actually,
to sit in
the
it.
flies are good.
I just wanted to sit in a room where we could all, sit down and enjoy a civilized conversation while Xaxx rests up.
Speaking
And
of, I think,
if she wants us to go to Zizur or Yon to do a whole new rescue thing, I mean, is that something we are able to do?
Well, I suppose one thing we can do, we can find out exactly how we'd get there, so that would be at least useful information. Because we're going to have to go there eventually. So this would just speed things up a bit, I suppose. But
To get transport to the next step?
I mean, it might be that the mirror can be used to get us there. It might be that Bavlorna has some magic. Maybe she'll lend us a lily pad,
Well, Rodolfo and I checked out the lily pad. I mean, I can tell you it's a lily pad, and Rodolfo said it's magical, but we weren't able to determine how it's used or anything.
Well,
So we
that'd be the
definitely
thing.
Much beyond ordinary magic, that is for sure.
Yeah, I mean, but that's the thing. If she told us, if she wanted us to use it, she'd probably tell us how to use it, of course.
Yeah. I mean, she uses it to fly. It's her transportation, right?
Yeah,
So
but we don't know how to steer it or anything, so could be useful information. And we don't really have a way to bargain from a position of strength here. We've got potentially numbers, but obviously, for all I know, Tarquin walks over to this cupboard and opens it, expecting to see a lawnling inside.
opening the cupboard, you don't find a lawning inside.
Okay, there wasn't one in that one. He looks at the other cupboard, walks round, opens
Check that
the other cupboard.
Nothing inside.
And this is just like a shelf or a bookcase?
Yeah, that'd be a shelf.
Okay. He returns to his seat, which is the red one, which he seems to favour. And it's just like, I mean, there could be lawnlings hidden anywhere.
This is the room you're in, just so you know.
Yeah. So I'm thinking, and based on, I'm guessing they've described how things went with snitches and stitches. Based on that and how Bloody Toast fought, I would say the lawnings are probably pretty deadly in their own right, so we don't want an open confrontation. We don't have a position of strength to bargain from.
Not with no. So we go and we assist her with her task in exchange for whatever items of ours that she had.
Well, that's going to be the
sufficient?
conversation.
Is that what we are asking for?
Well, that would be the reward we would want if that is the deal she made, and not just for our items, but for the other items she has bargained from, as well as. I don't think even returning this item, as big a risk as it is, it's probably not enough of a thing to get her to not interfere with the other species around here.
Not going forwards, no. I mean, we can get our things. I don't know if we can get everything, and I don't think it's possible to get a promise not to be naughty in the future.
Yes.
Right. I agree.
Though it might be possible to phrase a promise in such a way that at least offer some protection, I suppose. But the main thing is we need to have the conversation. Find out what she wants, why she wants it, so that we know what we're dealing with.
Tarquin, I'm glad you're with us because sometimes I get very tongue-tied. So I'm glad you're here to do our negotiations as our monarch.
Yep, I just wish I was a little better at it. I'm good at the thinking about it on my feet, but quite often I say stupid things, but I tend to be pretty perceptive and insightful.
Not perceptive enough.
As you see a Lonling pop his head out, it is actually inside the severed goblin's head above the door where
Oh
its
my
mouth
God.
is again.
Like I
Sticks his
said,
head out.
there would be one of you somewhere in here.
I think it's fair
One?
to assume there's always
There,
one.
there'll be at least one of you.
At least one. Yes.
Yeah. What's your name, by the way?
There's actually two.
And there's the other goblin head. The other one pops his head.
Do you have names,
My
or are you
name?
just like Lawning 1 and 2?
They grit a set of pointed teeth.
We're not special enough to get names.
Well,
Not like April.
well, would you like names that I can call you at least?
If we live long enough.
Well, then, firstly, just because I'm not sure, do you have any gender preference for a name?
I suppose we're
They kind of think about this for a moment, like a little confused.
well, we come from Bavlorna. We're sort of mini versions of her, so I guess we're all female.
Okay. That kind of rules
So
out
what is your
one of the fun names I had.
favorite thing? What do you like most? What makes you happy?
I never even thought about that. Really.
Well, think about it. I mean, some people like flowers and some people like clouds and some people like my good friend Xaxx, he likes good food. He likes any food.
Yeah,
He
pretty much
likes
anything that's edible, and even most stuff that's not.
Mhm. My friend Knox loves animals. So what do y'all love?
They seem to like very, very obviously kind of seem wary of you. And they're like,
Bavlorna said not to trust you. Said that
I'm not doing
Well,
anything but trying to help Tarquin find a name that you'll like. And it should be something you like or enjoy or love.
just trying to get close to us.
also, I'm not the one who is HU. I'm just gonna say that.
Mhm. Right. So
We
I
haven't
know.
thought about happy things. It's hard to be happy when you're in constant fear of being eaten alive, you know.
But
Then,
I mean, do you even want names? Perhaps you are happy not to have names. You know, we didn't ask
Maybe
that
a
question.
designation. A designation, not a name.
If you would like a name, and we can give you one, or you can pick one for yourself. But if you do not want a name, that is okay too. It's more just you know, if we're going to be hanging around here, and you are going to be hanging around here, then you know we should at least be cordial to each other.
the first one you're talking to kind of like spits and says,
No, names are for Bavlorna's special one.
well,
and
you're special to
and-
me if that counts.
the other Lonling says,
I'll take a name.
Right, then
But
I shall call you Kaya,
Kaya it is. Okay. Is it C? Oh, okay, right.
which is a name that means to rejoice. As hopefully we will all have reasons to rejoice in the future.
Oh, that is a very nice name. Kaya.
Oh, okay.
Kaya.
I like it.
Yes. And you don't want a name?
No, I don't want to be like April.
Well, can I call you not
can be-
April then?
How about May?
Yeah, not April. Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah.
Okay, this one's called Not April.
Yep.
Changing the name now.
Anyway, we're here to tell you Bavlorna's ready to see your party now. She will accept
Right.
audience.
Right.
She's still bathing them.
Uh,
Well, just doing a time check. Do we want to start the next episode talking to Bavlorna? Because I know several of y'all have got work in the morning.
yeah, let's head down there, get ready for the audience, and then we'll head off, and then we have everyone here hopefully for next session.
Yep.
As this is,
Okay.
big deal moment.
Yeah. Okay.
Could determine the entire direction of the campaign.
So I'll drag you guys. Don't worry. I'll grab you guys.
Okay.
So I'll steal Xaxx. I'm just gonna grab for all of you. Make it easier. So as you head down the stairs, you see that she is indeed sort of still in the bathhouse, but she's hopped up onto her lily pad now. And hold on, Xaxx. Let me make it easy for you. Unless you don't want to go meet with her. You trying to slink off?
No, but I'd prefer to be standing on semi-dry wooden boards. Yeah.
So there she is, sitting on her lily pad, and you can position yourselves where you want, but you can see most of the lawnlings have hopped back up onto her shoulders and onto her lap. And she says,
Right, now, you've dealt with one problem. However, that was just for breaking the rule of hospitality. Now for the rule of ownership. You broke a mirror, destroyed one of my creations. And I think you've even stolen something from my potion cabinet, as well as another couple of things that have gone missing. I too
Didn't
wish
you
for
say
some-
that something from the Moongraves person took stuff from you? Isn't that where it went?
True. She could have stolen other things. But right now, one of the most important things I need is a certain book that has gone missing.
Oh, that...
The Book of Bad Blood? Don't we already have that?
Yeah, that we can return to you. We managed to get that one back for you. It's actually why we
Yeah,
came in.
two done.
Consider this, if you will accept, an apology for the breaking ownership.
This is acceptable. You have the book?
Yes, I believe it is. Actually, I'm pretty sure Tarquin picked it up last. Didn't go back in the portal hole.
that's
so...
correct. You still have the book. Yep.
Yep. So he will pull off his hat and pull the book out. This is why I was really annoyed that your thing took it. I mean, I keep things in my hat.
Ah, excellent. Well done in retrieving this. Those
Yes.
ballywags were getting their sticky hands all over this.
I will say, as a free bit of information, if you want to get something in return, you can. I believe at one point the Darklings that were here had it. Am I remembering that correctly, Chris? Because I'm pretty
Yes.
sure there was some discussion of that. So.
Yes.
The Darklings are the thieves. I now realize their little shop was just a front,
Ah.
and their elder was here. It's no guess anymore. She is the thief.
I will also say that not sure they're still alive at the moment, but King Gollop did find it, and he didn't intend to return it straight away. I think he may have read it and got information from it.
Oh, well, just as well he's dead then, isn't it?
Yeah. See.
I already dealt with him.
Oh, you actually dealt with him. I wasn't sure if the Bullywugs had done so.
I dealt with him personally
Oh no.
after the travesty that happened in Downfall. He'd made enough mess under his rulership.
He didn't
No.
seem very good.
He was the worst of the bunch.
Oh really?
But it's not an issue anymore.
Really? I mean, I heard they were all pretty bad, but he was the worst. Damn.
It is likely that Charm and the rest of her Darklings are working for Endelyn Moongrave, my sister. We'll get onto that in a moment. But for now, there's one final chore. This is to replace Snitches and Stitches. I ordered a shipment not too long ago. I don't know what happened to it. But a supply of animal skins.
Oh, I know where those are.
Oh?
Yes. Obviously, it would take us a bit to go and get them. Not sure if you can fly out to get them on your lily pad.
Me? Pah!
Or
Bloody toad! Get down here!
or send out some of your lawnlings, whichever you prefer.
You hear
But
bloody toads stomping their way down with their iron boots.
Yeah, what? Tell Bloody Toes where the packages.
so there is a crate full of animal parts and stuff in. So from where we are now, if you actually let me just look at the picture.
You know it's Ikrin's
Yeah.
hideout.
Illig's hideout, right?
Illig, sorry,
Yeah.
Illig.
It's in Illig's place. So you just sort of go down to the bottom of here. You just go straight shot across the lake, and there's like a hut there, just quite near where your lovely little cauldron is, and yeah.
Illig? Why has Illig got those?
Well, he was. I think he got it off of some hunter or something. I'm not sure. Not sure how he got them. Not sure if he's
He
still.
told you it. He did tell you he kind of intercepted the hunter and was going to use it as like leverage or something. But
I think he was planning to use his bargaining with you, and I would say he'd be fitting of punishment, but he's already been eaten by Snappy.
Oh,
Yeah.
excellent. You see, these things just seem to work out. People meet their end who deserve it. Now, Bloody Toes, go and fetch those for us. You shouldn't have any resistance. Excellent. Now all those chores have been done. We can finally talk business.
Yes.
Now, you're probably going to assume that I want you to go get this skein first. But there is something else I want you to do as well.
Okay.
Can I ask a question before we get too deep into things and forget?
Yes?
Do you know what the alicorn is?
she stares at you almost expressionless for a moment. But roll me an insight anyway.
What's it to you?
And
It's just something we came across, a word we came across, and we've been trying to, I guess, find it or figure out what it is. forever. We kind of came close a little bit ago, but seemed to be always just out of reach.
Yeah.
It's
We-
not important for the task I have for you.
Fair. That's fair. Does it
Uh,
have anything to do with
Xaxx?
actual corn?
No.
Okay.
It's a unicorn thing though, right?
Right. Back to the point. She seems to get agitated. Tries also, you can read this, Xaxx. She wants to get off the subject of the alicorn. Also, the fact that she said, "What's it to you?" clearly means it's something to her, and that she knows about it.
Mhm.
So
Oh yeah, I figured that out anyway.
yeah. She seemed a little bit guarded, and wants to get off that subject. So you can tell that with a 16. No, but I want you to steal something from my other sister. There's a
Nightshade?
portrait. Gabitha Nightshade. It seems you're well acquainted. Have you met them before?
We've met their, I guess, underlings who
Ah,
get sent to the Witchlight Carnival.
that little brat Soapig, yes?
Yes, I need
Yes.
to. I need to hit her in the face at least once with this
then.
maypole.
Well, then you should have no qualms stealing back my portrait. She's got it hung up in her little toy shop in the forest. It's called Loom Lurch.
The forest is called Loomlurch?
No, the forest is called Thither, and the little toy shop is called Loom Lurch. It's this
Ah.
massive trunk that's fallen over into the forest floor. She hollowed it out and made a toy shop out of it.
And why did she take your portrait? Perhaps she wanted to be reminded of her favorite sister? I mean, it's understandable you would be upset, but maybe she did not mean it in out of cruelty.
Favorite sister. Unlike.
Oh,
And-
beloved sister? Second most favorite?
We'll go with that last one. This portrait is it's less important to me, more important to her, which is why I want it.
Ah.
You need not know all these little intricacies.
No, is it a portrait of you? It is a portrait of you, yes?
You got me all confused now. The portrait is mine. No, you. Oh,
Belonging to you, but not of you.
Belong to. Well, it's a portrait of you, but it belongs to somebody else.
It's a portrait of her. It's
Of
a
her.
portrait of Scabbeth.
Ah, okay.
But it
Okay.
belongs to you. It's your portrait. Oh, you just want a
It
picture
will
of your
be.
sister.
It's not important. What's important is you get that back, and then you get what you want. Right? Sound fair?
Sure.
And what is it you want?
Well, if there are a few things we're after, so let me just go through the list. There's a stag skull that I believe belongs to our scarecrow friend.
That's quite apt, actually. Because to reach thither, you will actually need a guide.
Yes, so we can consider
That
it maybe a
little
down
scarecrow.
payment.
That scarecrow, well, I was thinking, I don't want him scamping off. I'll tell you this. You return the portrait, I'll give you that in addition to what you want.
Okay.
That'll be his payment for helping you. He'll help.
That's fair. So I believe you may have a key to my pocket watch.
But it's quite possible.
I If you don't mind me double checking the room upstairs, I just need to get near enough it, and I've got something that will let me know if it's there, just to know if you've got it, because
I'll
there's no
tell you
point me
what.
bargaining for something you don't have.
I'll tell you what. If I have anything of yours, I will return it to you upon delivery of the
Yes.
portrait.
Okay.
Of
Right.
ours as a group, not
Yes,
just
of
ours
the
belonging
carnival
to
cards
Tarquin.
as a group.
Yes.
Yes.
Any of the
As
carnival cards.
you are all performing this,
Yeah.
I will return anything that has been stolen to you. Now, I will double check if you wish.
Yeah,
I'll
also,
send one of my Lorelings.
as we've obviously been quite quick with some of our tasks and even managed to do some of them in advance for you,
She begins to regurgitate a key out of her mouth and spits it into one of the Lawnling's hands. Probably not April's. And not April zooms away. And they double check. A key, yeah? A key?
Yeah.
Okay. They zoom off.
Don't know if this is something you can do, but ever since I've been dealing with your hourglass coven, every now and then my hands just become really sticky and mucousy, and I don't know if that's something you could get rid of if you like the swamp and things.
Oh no, you don't want to get rid of that.
Why not?
That's how we're going to seal this deal.
And as Not April zooms back like that, like it took all of perhaps 6 seconds.
Yep, there's a key in there. Found it. It's a key. Oh, good. Then in that case,
She spits into her own hand, and this slimy mucus is like coating
Wait.
Yeah.
Before Tarquin, before you make the deal, I want to know what all's in there, so that she can't later move it out,
Yes.
and then claim that it's not there at the time we come back to collect our rewards.
You have my word. I won't remove or move anything in there. What's there is there, and won't change unless more thieves and shadows come by, in which case you'll have to take it up with my sister. But I'm going to be extra vigilant to keep your things safe.
So, I want to say that whilst this conversation has been going on, Tarquin has seemingly been pacing in thought and has made a complete Widdershins circle of the bath.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Perhaps there's some slight irritation to her. Like you can see her maybe sniffing
And rubbing her finger across her nose, but
and her eye maybe twitches a little bit, but it's not enough to suddenly set her off. It
Yeah.
seems. It's
He...
not quite how it's because you've taken a slow walk and you've definitely done a long route, right?
Yeah.
Whereas when Xaxx and Rodolfo saw how April did it, it was a much tighter and speedier circle. But you definitely tell there is perhaps some inclination of irritation to her. And she actually reaches into the pool of water and washes her face off a little bit. So, and she spits into her hand, offers the handshake, and says, "We have a deal."
Still, Tarquin, I'd like to know what all's there. I think before we make a deal, let's find out
if
exactly
possible,
what of our
we'd like
stuff
to
is
know
there.
everything that's in there so we know whether this is a worthwhile deal, because whilst I would love to get my key back and I could live without it, but if there's some of my friends' things in there as well, could
April.
She calls out. Yes, and suddenly, in a green blur, she appears.
Did you steal any of these fine adventurers' things?
Yeah, I stole Tarquin's. Borrowed. I borrowed your key, Tarquin. I'm sorry.
Okay, did you take anything
Don't be
from
sorry.
any of the
That's your
others?
job, April.
Oh, sorry. Stop apologizing. Anyone else's? Just the key? Just the key. Are you satisfied? Or do I have to eat her to make sure she's not lying?
No, don't eat April.
Yeah, you trust her?
Yeah, April seems nice and honest enough. Like, they seem quite playful. We've had some good games of tag, haven't we?
She looks at you back and forth.
Getting friendly with the trespassers? Oh.
Well, it wasn't here that we became friends. It was at the Witchlight Carnival. We played a nice game of tag.
Roll a deception check, Tarquin.
I mean, technically, I've not been friendly with them here.
Sure. Ooh, very good.
Whatever.
She doesn't seem to care.
I will get your stuff when... it's just your key. That's it. That's all that's here.
Alright, the key, that, and... Okay. Okay,
The portrait for the key and skull. Anything else?
And seeing this, Xaxx, let's just check a second. Can you make a wisdom saving throw, Xaxx? She begins to cast a spell on you. Okay, you are turned into a frog. As she turns to you and says, "Stop that!" And she immediately casts a spell.
Hey! Put my friend back. He
She's
wasn't
just a
doing
frog.
anything other than walking. Put him back.
She hovers over to him.
I will.
And she picks up the frog and squeezes it enough to deal a point of damage to you, Xaxx, which breaks you back out. And as she does, she notices a cold chill on your person.
That's rather peculiar. Do you happen to have something of mine? Perhaps something that you wish to bargain for?
That I wish to bargain for? No, I don't have anything that I wish to bargain for.
Oh, actually, Bavlorna, that reminds me, because Tarquin doesn't know that he's taken it. Xaxx has taken anything. There was this elf chap we met outside. If we could get his heart back, that would be nice. As well. He seems...
Wow. Just, take everything. Might as well. I'm using that, funnily enough, because it's a great source of cold to freeze my meat locker.
Oh,
She looks back at you, eyeing you, Xaxx.
Do you not have someone as powerful as you? Or better way to do that than someone's heart?
Well, I thought it was quite fitting. A little cruel irony.
She's
Why do you think that that's fitting to take somebody's heart to power your freezer?
They wanted to get rid of their cold memories. Their lost loved ones were too much to bear. So I took away the pain. And gave them a different heart in its place. They got what they wanted, I got what I wanted. A deal was a deal. But if you are this desperate to return it, I suppose I could add it to the list. But that'll be it. The heart, the stag skull, and whatever your key opens.
Yes. Could we get the stag skull in advance? It just because his head looks kind of weird.
Nothing in advance. I don't trust him, and I don't trust any of you. Which is why you're going to give me that heart back, right this second. Or else the deal is off. You collect it when the portrait is delivered, understand?
Okay.
Yeah, she's looking directly at you, Xaxx.
I'm looking directly back, considering my options.
She looks around to the lawnling and gestures to it, and it does speed
Wait,
off.
wait, wait.
And
Okay.
feeds back. It's already gone. Like it's already come back, gone and come back. And it kind of whispers to her, but close enough that you hear anyway. It says,
The meat locker's kind of thawing out. As
I
I
take out the
suspect.
heart. This belongs to somebody else, and we will be back to collect it. Kaya,
What?
Yeah, Kaya
Kaya,
comes over. Yeah. Huh?
Kaya, you can take this back to the upstairs for now.
Okay. Okie dokie.
She looks at you confused, like, you named one of my lawnlings?
It was more just it was odd just calling them like Lawnling 1, 2, and 3 or whatever, so I just wanted a way to identify them if I wanted to specify a specific one. This one's
Do you
not April.
Tell me, do you nickname your dinners as well?
No, but I'm not
No,
planning
but
to.
I'm sure Xaxx does.
I'm not planning to eat them, so
She
I feel they disagree with me.
she lets go of her grip on you that you realize it's kind of been around your throat ever since she squeezed you when you was a frog. But she hops back on the lily pad and then finally offers her hand with the same spittle and mucus that's on it as yours, Tarquin. And she offers it out and asks one last time,
So, do we have a deal?
and on that note, I think we are going to end tonight's session as we've gone a little bit over. So, all right.
Interesting.
Join us Friday for the next Roll for Story Diamond Soul campaign session, and join us next Sunday for the next session of this, and then on the 5th of September for What Lies Beneath. But for now, good night, pleasant dreams, and yeah, bye for now.
Bye bye.
Right?